The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 25th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Claudia Tenney to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, almost 11 years ago today, I spoke on the anniversary of two Chicago treasures, radio station WXRT and one of its beloved hosts, Lynn Bramer. This weekend, we lost Lynn at the age of 68 after a long battle with cancer. Lynn was a Chicago icon, a poet, a Renaissance man, and a friend. For my colleagues who have not lived in Chicago, let me explain. In the movie Almost Famous, there's a scene where the protagonist's oldest sister has left her record collection, and she tells him, "Look under your bed, it will set you free." That's what XRT did for us in Chicago, and that's what Lynn did for me and so many Chicagoans. Before XRT, AM radio, a dry, repetitive desert, was our only option for music. After XRT, we were transformed. It became a 24-hour station in 1976, demonstrating our city's unique commitment to independent thinking and an unbridled celebration of art and music. Like many others, XRT linked us to a new world. XRT encouraged me to leave my sterile environment and travel to the Earl of Old Town to see Steve Goodman, and my first concert at the Aragon Ballroom to see Mott the Hoople and the New York Dolls, not to mention other famous haunts like the Metro, the Vic, Checkerboard Lounge, to see greats like Iggy Pop, David Bowie, Muddy Waters, Frank Zappa, Roxy Music, and so many others. When Lynn became the music director at XRT in '84, he helped introduce us to new music, new genres, and new emotions. Today, when so much of music is driven by algorithms and data, it can be difficult to imagine a time when a station could often be steered by a single man's eclectic taste, but that's what Lynn did. He played what he wanted to hear, and somehow he always knew what the city needed to hear. He opened my eyes to the true power of music. He taught me that music can show you new worlds, can help you understand new perspectives. It can often soothe during difficult times and inspire you to explore where you have never considered exploring before. Lynn Bramer was my friend, but I recognize that I'm far from the only one who could claim that coveted title. He was born a New Yorker and began his radio career filling in his university student-run station during the summer. The first song he ever performed was the Beatles' Within and Without You. Later, he would explain that it chose it because I always felt that life flows within you, but most of all, without you. At Albany's WKBQ FM, he became known as the Reverend of Rock and Roll for his penchant for reciting poetry during song introductions. He claimed he came to Chicago in 1984 to become the music director, and his taste left an indelible mark on the station and on the entire city. He hosted the morning drive for more than 30 years, talking to thousands of Chicagoans over the years on their daily commutes. He loved the Cubs, Chicago music, theater, and dining, and shared those loves with us. From when we learned about the best restaurants in the city, we shared in the Cubs' wins and often losses, and gained new perspectives from his essays. Lynn's been a rare combination of nostalgia, humor, empathy, kindness, and spirituality. I was honored to have lunch with Lynn at some of Chicago's most iconic locales like Manny's and Ann Sather's, and to have spent a memorable Cubs game at his side. As he himself described, he regularly went out in his eating pants, an outfit with enough give to accommodate another Chicago meal at places like the Wiener Circle. Last July, he shared with his listeners that he had been diagnosed with prostate cancer and began a leave of absence to undergo treatment. This November, I know I wasn't the only Chicagoan who was delighted when he briefly returned to the airwaves. Now, during his time at XRT, he was named Music Director of the Year 3 times and was voted the Music Director of the Decade by readers of the Hard Report. But he was so much more than a radio host. He was Chicago's best friend in the whole world. When something big happened, Chicago would turn to Lynn for his take on the events. Whether celebration or tragedy, he knew what to say. Now, in the wake of his loss, we turn to the dial, wanting. He was married to his college sweetheart, Sarah, and they shared a son, Wilson. They were both by his side at his final moments. My thoughts and deepest condolences are with his family, with all Chicagoans as we mourn his loss. In closing, as Lynn always reminded us, never take anything for granted. It's great to be alive. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, by unanimous consent, I'd love to address and extend and amend my remarks.
The gentleman's recognized.
So today I'd like to address something that's near and dear to everyone's heart, and that is food security. One of my biggest concerns right now as I've become educated on the things that concern Americans is the fact that all around the world right now we're facing food shortages. A lot of this is created by our own actions. If you look in Ukraine right now, you have food rotting in bins because of a war. The breadbasket of Europe is not going to be producing crops in the next year because of the war. In China, you have massive pollution, which is contaminating their agricultural output. Meanwhile, you have countries like India that are reliant on foreign fertilizer that are going to be choked off because of the environmental movement. You have the Netherlands and Germany reducing their nitrates and their fertilizers, which they haven't done since World War I, which created a famine back then. In the United States, we have a third of our chickens and our eggs that are being reduced because of avian flu. Meanwhile, we're allowing Chinese nationals and billionaires to buy up millions of acres of farmland. This is concerning for many reasons. If we thought that the pandemic was a reason for government to overreach, if we thought that that was going to be a crisis, imagine what it would be like if we ran out of food, if we have food shortages. When you realize that we had people panicking over toilet paper, imagine what they'll do when they panic when our cupboards are bare. This could be a worldwide reason for war. And it's also another reason for government to increase their control. There is always a reason for people to turn to the government to solve the problems that the government created. And that is my main concern today, to be something proactive rather than reactive. We see it coming. We can see that any foreign national country could come up with a virus to contaminate our livestock or even our crops. And yet we're doing nothing to proactively make sure that Chinese nationals can't buy farmland in America, that billionaires can't buy millions of acres of farmland and artificially increase prices during a food shortage. We as Congress need to be proactive. We need to reach out and make sure we're doing things to strategically protect our food resources both here and abroad. We need to fight back this idea that the environmental movement shouldn't use fertilizers, shouldn't produce agriculture, shouldn't be having foresight to protect human life over all else. And with that, I propose that Congress is realistic in the way we allow people to purchase. I'm all for free market. I'm all for allowing people to sell to who they want to, but always with the idea that America still comes first and Americans are protected in the process. That we don't turn to the government to solve the problem that we are creating, and that we don't allow foreign nationals to affect our food supply, because this would be catastrophic both here and abroad and would lead to wars, as we've seen over and over through the history of this world. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time, and thank you.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the delivery of Abrams tanks to our European allies, including Ukraine. Let us fulfill any backup supply to assure NATO can check aggression by Russia anywhere on that continent. Liberty for Ukraine needs no Neville Chamberlain moments. Delivering Abrams tanks will help Ukraine push toward victory sooner rather than later. Liberty's mission must be victory. Russia's cruel and unprovoked war on Ukraine has produced a nation soaked in blood from one end to the other. Putin views weakness and appeasement as a recipe for failure. Across Ohio, which I'm privileged to represent in the Great Lakes region, our fellow citizens and families have survived and often, too often, have fled oppression in Central Europe at the hands of a predatory Russia. We know the price of liberty. Our patriotic men and women in the United Auto Workers proudly manufacture the Abrams tank in Lima, Ohio. They guard liberty every day. Our workers build the finest equipment in the world, so critical to victory. Americans know what brave Ukrainians are fighting for and against. Hasn't enough innocent blood been spilled already? Onward, Abrams. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was appalled to learn that multiple schools in Fairfax County, Virginia, withheld National Merit Scholarship Commendation Award letters from hundreds of students. This is a problem. When political ideology stands in the way of student success, it is a problem. When the pursuit of so-called equity starts harming students, it's a problem. When school bureaucrats hold students back to hide their own failures, it is a problem. The education bureaucracy failed these students. These students deserve to be rewarded for their hard work. And these students deserve an education system that will lift them up, not try to keep them down. These school administrators were trusted with the future of these students, and they broke that trust. Shame on them. Madam Speaker, one silver lining of the pandemic is that it pushed more high school students to take dual enrollment classes. With the ever-rising cost of post-secondary education, dual enrollment programs are a great way for high school students to save on college costs. These programs allow advanced students to get a head start on their futures. This is the case at Jefferson State Community College in Birmingham, Alabama, where high schoolers made up a third of the student body, according to NPR. These students are benefiting from extensive state expansion of a dual enrollment program. The more education innovation we have, the better. And Madam Speaker, we know that if a high school student takes at least one college-level course, that student is 3 times more likely to graduate from college than if the student didn't take a course. We should give students as many opportunities as possible to shape their own education experience, and encouraging dual enrollment is one great way to do just that. Madam Speaker, it's no wonder we have a skills gap. For decades, young people have been told that a bachelor's degree is the only path to a successful career. As a result, fewer and fewer young people are choosing to learn skilled trades. Without skilled professionals, who will repair our roads, homes, and cars? We need these men and women who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty. Yet applications for technical jobs dropped by almost 50% over the last 2 years. With a potential looming recession for those holding office jobs, many might be disappointed they missed out on learning a high-skilled trade. Fortunately, it isn't too late. Many open technical jobs pay a six-figure salary, and business owners are struggling to fill them. If I had to give young people advice today, it would be to consider learning a high-skilled trade. I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was very encouraged to today's reports that the Republican leadership is planning to teach their members about how the debt ceiling works. This is a very good sign, especially after the embarrassing first week with 15 votes to elect the Speaker, and the House leadership ended up exactly where it started. But it's unfortunately the leadership is hollowed out, but they've empowered the exact same element or any other faction who want to hold the Speaker hostage. But there is a key difference going forward. They're playing games with the full faith and credit of the United States, underpinning the global economy. Note, the debt ceiling is not just a way station on the way to a full government shutdown. While government shutdowns have real costs and consequences, the debt ceiling has massive ramifications that you cannot unwind. This game of chicken with the global economy is very much more consequential. You can recover from the shutdown, but the Trump attacks on professionals, for example, drove thousands of people out of government service, and it's going to take years and millions of dollars to repair. These implementation of political slogans have real consequences. In the end, I suspect we will be right where they started. The only way to reduce the deficit, to balance the budget books, is to actually reduce government spending, which they refused to do when the Trump administration, when they were in total control of the government. They instead had a huge increase in that deficit. There are, of course, tax cuts that were a part of that, unfunded, and there was a major spike in military spending. My friend, Hal Harvey, a leader in climate science, is fond of saying that you can't refute science, math, and economics. And that's exactly the situation that my Republican friends are facing with this game of chicken with the debt ceiling. There is no gimmick, there is no commission, no slogan that avoids the painful truth that you actually have to reduce spending. There are real things we could do that I would suggest any member could avail themselves to a secret weapon that is in each and every one of our districts. There are amazing young people who are involved with civics, with leadership congresses, with the efforts to understand how government works. I think we ought to employ them. They understand the dynamic. Cut spending, raise taxes, or just collect the taxes that are due and owing, which would be hundreds of billions of dollars. And unless and until we do this, all the rest is simply meaningless slogans and posturing, unfortunately with real risks of threatening the full faith and credit of the United States. My friends have no alternative to the borrowing, And I'm afraid that we're going to end up going through this meaningless exercise, agitating ourselves, confusing the public, and losing an opportunity to make real progress, improving budgeting process and making the tax system more effective to just collect the taxes that are already due and owing, which we're ignoring. I strongly encourage the process that my Republican friends are involved with in terms of educating members about the impacts of the debt ceiling, and I hope that we're able to come together to deal with the realities of what that implies. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Buddy Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the creation of a state-of-the-art poultry science building at my alma mater, the University of Georgia. In the state of Georgia, the poultry industry contributes an annual $21.5 billion to our state's economy. The industry also generates an annual $2.1 billion in federal tax revenue. The poultry industry is vital to not only the state of Georgia, but also the country. That's why I'm proud to recognize the University of Georgia for building a brand new poultry science building on their campus. This $54.1 million facility will feature new classrooms, research labs, and learning labs. These new labs will enhance traditional classroom experience by offering students opportunities to learn in a fieldwork setting. These facilities are vital for preparing students as they enter the poultry industry. I know this new project will serve the students of the university and the people of Georgia's 1st District well. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the state of Georgia for being a top 10 finisher in the country last year for leadership in energy and environmental design certified green buildings. The United States Green Building Council has been working hard to create a healthier, more sustainable, and resilient world through LEED. Its annual ranking is an opportunity to recognize everyone working toward that goal. Buildings that are LEED certified create healthier spaces for people, use fewer resources, reduce carbon emissions, and improve efficiency while providing operational cost savings. Georgia is a leader in green building and ranks 6th out of the top 10 states. 2022 saw growth in green building and sustainability, and I'm proud that Georgia is at the forefront of building a healthier, more sustainable future. Thank you to all the building professionals who helped our state achieve this ranking. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Georgia Ports Authority for handling nearly 6 million 20-foot containers in 2022. In 2022 alone, the Georgia Ports Authority had a 5% increase in container handling. Collaborative effort across Georgia's supply chain ensured that cargo movement remained a top priority during a very challenging year. The Port of Savannah achieved 4 of its top 5 months for container volume in 2022, with trade volumes peaking in August at an all-time high of 575,500 20-foot containers. With the renovation of Berth 1 at Garden City Terminal, the 90-acre Garden City Terminal West expansion, and the transition of Ocean Terminal to an all-container facility, the Port of Savannah is set to increase annual capacity from 6 million to 7.5 million 20-foot containers. Congratulations on this wonderful accomplishment, GPA. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to honor a fallen hero, Riverside County Sheriff's Department Deputy Isaiah Cordero, who gave his life serving our community. Every day, our law enforcement officers put on their uniforms, kiss their loved ones goodbye, and go to work not knowing if they will come home. On December 29, 2022, Deputy Cordero put on his uniform, he said goodbye to his loved ones, and he went to work that day to protect and serve. That afternoon, he was tragically shot and killed in the line of duty during what should have been a routine traffic stop. And now, a family mourns a loved one, our local law enforcement grieves a brother, and our community lost a guardian, protector, and friend. Deputy Cordero's service began with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department as a correctional deputy on May 5, 2014. From the start, he was hardworking, loyal colleague who led by example and wanted his partners to succeed. As a correctional deputy, he worked on cases at the Larry D. Smith Correctional Facility and the Indio Jail. Later, he was promoted to deputy sheriff after completing training with the 204th Basic Academy. When he was transferred to the Jurupa Valley Station, Deputy Cordero achieved his goal to serve as a motor deputy. He had served in his dream job for just 3 months before his death at just 32 years old. Our community will remember Deputy Cordero as a selfless public servant who gave his life for our safety. And his mother, Rebecca, father, Gilbert, stepbrother, loved ones, and friends will cherish his memory as a good man, devoted son, and loving uncle who brought a smile to everyone's face. And as a kind soul who was quiet, polite, and humble, a ray of sunshine who loved motorcycles, cars, and punk rock. So together, as a community, let us honor his legacy, and together as a nation, let us salute his courage, remember his sacrifice, and show our appreciation for his fellow brothers and sisters who wear the badge, continuing to protect and serve every day. I rise to memorialize the life and legacy of Riverside County Sheriff's Department Deputy Darnell Calhoun. Our communities were shattered again by a tragic loss. On January 13, 2023, Deputy Calhoun was fatally shot while responding to a domestic violence incident in Lake Elsinore, California. He was just 30 years old. He was born in Pomona and grew up in Murrieta, California, where he worked at his family's restaurant, Calhoun's Texas Family Barbecue. In 2019, Deputy Calhoun began his career in law enforcement with the San Diego Police Department, where he served for 3 years. He then joined the Riverside County Sheriff's Department to be closer to his family. You see, that's the thing about Deputy Calhoun. If there's one word to describe him, it's devoted. Devoted to our community, devoted to his church, and above all, devoted to his family. He loved being a dad and raising his growing family with his wife, Vanessa. It's all he ever wanted. For his children, Russell, Troy, Malcolm, and who's on the way, your children, my children, and everyone's children, Deputy Calhoun worked every day to make the world a better and safer place for us all. A fixture in the community, Deputy Calhoun could often be found at Covenant Grace Church, serving brisket at his family's restaurant, or out with the people leading the way on community policing. He was an Eagles fan, a good man with a servant's heart who lived to serve, and a courageous deputy who put his life on the line for our safety. As the Calhoun family, fellow Riverside County Sheriff's Department officers, and our entire local law enforcement community carries the heavy burden of grief, anguish, and sorrow with Deputy Calhoun's passing, we must fulfill our solemn duty to honor and respect his service. Today, residents of Riverside County mourn the tragic loss of 2 fallen officers in the Sheriff County's department within 15 days of each other. I ask everyone present on the House floor today to join me in a moment of silence for Deputy Calhoun, Deputy Cordero, their families, and every fallen officer who has answered the call, put their lives on the line, and sacrificed themselves for our safety. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss my plans for representing the Big First District in the 118th Congress. As I've said on this House floor before, the Big First is the geographic center and the pilot light of America, because there, the values that make America great are still alive and well. Faith, family, freedom, and personal responsibility. We're farmers, ranchers, feedlot managers, business owners, lenders, bankers, teachers, doctors, nurses, and parents. My job is to serve and advocate for the people of the Big First, which is why I'm excited and grateful to have been appointed to the House Agriculture, House Transportation Infrastructure, and the House Small Business Committees. As a farm kid and fifth-generation Kansan, I'm honored to serve on the House Agriculture Committee again in the 118th Congress. Agriculture is the largest economic driver of the Big First. We rank #1 in beef, wheat, and sorghum production. When I meet with farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers, I hear about skyrocketing inflation and record high input costs, labor shortages, and government overreach, and the importance of reauthorizing the Farm Bill. We need well-crafted farm and food policy in America to remain secure as a nation, and the reauthorization of the Farm Bill is an enormous responsibility. My priorities for that legislation remain the same: to protect and strengthen crop insurance, promote trade, and stop regulatory overreach. I'm committed to rolling up my sleeves and working for the men and women who feed, fuel, and clothe the world. I'm also honored to serve on the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. The Big First has 83,000 miles of road, 7 commercial airports, and more than 4,000 miles of railroad tracks. We rely on this system to get to work, take our kids to school, and deliver food, fuel, and fiber to the rest of the world. The people of the Big First deserve a voice on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and I am proud to be their spokesperson. A well-maintained, physically responsible infrastructure network supports economic activity, strengthens the supply chain, and helps America to remain a global power. During this Congress, I will also serve on the House Small Business Committee. The Big First is home to more than 200,000 small businesses, which employ 80% of all employees in the district. Small businesses help drive the American economy and define the American dream. They add brick and mortar to the values that make our country unique, like freedom, self-determination, and the pursuit of happiness. As a child, I learned about the responsibility, drive, and decision-making skills required to run a small business from watching my parents operate our preconditioning feedlot and family farm. I'll continue to defend and support small businesses, their owners, their employees, and the American values that small business embody. I'm honored to serve on these committees, and we have a lot of work to do. Over the next 2 years, we need to reauthorize the Farm Bill, develop new trade agreements with countries that will benefit American ag producers, and review the Commodity Futures Trading Commission Act. We need to reauthorize FAA and Water Resource Development Act, protect producers from burdensome and overreaching definition of waters of the United States, and ensure that our small and regional airports have the support that they need. We also need to maintain the stepped-up basis, return money to small businesses from IRS watchdogs, and ensure that small businesses have a fair shot at government contracts. I'll be working on a wide variety of issues, but I'm bringing the same approach to all of them. Russell Native and Senator Bob Dole once told me about the Kansas approach: honesty, hard work, respect for your roots, service, simplicity, genuine, thoughtful care for people, and just plain common sense. I learned these Kansas conservative values as a kid in the Big First. They inspire my work today in all of my committees, and they will also work to guide my steps here in Congress. Ultimately, I believe that with prayer and hard work, our brightest days are yet to come. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Thursday, America's outstanding debt hit its limit. And as a result, the Treasury Secretary Yellen has warned leadership of the irreparable harm that it will come to the U.S. economy if the debt ceiling is not addressed. To avoid defaulting on our loans, the Secretary has been forced to slow investments into the retirement of federal employers and health benefits of postal workers. Now, let me remind you, Madam Speaker, this has been dealt with in the past. Congress has dealt with the debt ceiling 78 times, 49 times under Republican administrations, and 29 times under Democratic administrations. And if it's not dealt with now, the penalties will not stop at the actions that the Secretary was forced to take. For 66 million Americans that receive Social Security checks every month, and the more than 63 million Americans that relied on Medicare for care, their benefits will be cut. Interest rates will increase, affecting car loans, credit cards, home mortgages, and small business investments. Tax refunds will be delayed, and above all, we will face a looming recession that will devastate our economy and result in skyrocketing unemployment and homelessness. And let's be clear that raising the debt ceiling is not giving a green light on wild runaway spending. It is simply ensuring that we can pay for the obligations that we have already made. Instead of working to resolve this issue, Republicans continue to hold our economy hostage, to threaten defaulting on our debt, to secure service cuts is dangerous and shows little regards for the American people. And we have seen how this played out. We were there in 2011 when Republicans tried to pull this same stunt. The delay in negotiations resulted in the federal government's first ever downgrade in its credit rating. The Dow Jones fell nearly 2,000 points, and it is estimated that it raised borrowing costs for the government by $1.3 billion. I want my fellow Americans to remember this. The Republicans are gambling on your money, on your benefits, on your livelihood. I urge my colleagues to act responsibly, swiftly, and without unnecessary delays or attempts to score political points. Our nation's financial stability and our constituents depend on it. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
And I too rise to talk a little bit about the national debt and accusations that have been made against my colleagues in the House Republican Conference. I've listened as a couple of colleagues from the Democratic side have accused us of playing chicken and gambling, and have said they're glad that we're going to be educated on the impacts of a default on the debt. And I'll tell you, I agree with a lot of the consequences that have been outlined about the default. What I want my colleagues to recognize on the other side of the aisle is that 2 days before Christmas, a bill passed this House, 4,126 pages. 4,126 pages, spent $1.7 trillion. That bill was negotiated among four people: Speaker Pelosi, Senator Schumer, Majority Leader Schumer, President Biden, and Minority Leader Mitch McConnell. Now, when President Biden signed the bill on December the 30th, what I want my colleagues to know is that we had already hit the debt limit on December the 30th. I've got in my hand the daily Treasury report dated December 30th of 2022. The national debt, subject to the limit, $31,347 billion. $31,347 billion. The limit, $31,381 billion. Now, technically, we were 99.89% of the way to the debt limit. For all practical purposes, if you spent 99.89% of the limit on your credit card, you're there. Now, the four people who negotiated it had to know that we were less than 0.1% away from hitting the debt limit the day that piece of legislation was signed. And all they had to do in that 4,000-page omnibus bill was write one sentence to change the debt limit to what it would have taken to fund their omnibus bill. One sentence would have changed the debt limit in this country, and we wouldn't be having discussions we're having today about default. But they didn't do that. Now, on January the 19th was 20 days after that bill was signed. 20 days after the bill was signed, and now they're accusing House Republicans of being fiscally demented and not paying attention and playing chicken and gambling with America's future. The four people who negotiated that deal had four choices. They could have passed a continuing resolution with a debt limit included. They could have passed a continuing resolution without the debt limit. They could have passed an omnibus bill and included the debt limit, or they could have passed an omnibus bill and not included the debt limit. There was only one of those choices that would have led to the current situation that everybody points the finger at House Republicans and says you're gambling with. And the one choice that led to the current situation is an omnibus bill without the debt limit included. And guess what those four with 160 years of political experience chose? They chose the one that would lead to the current situation. You could have included the debt limit in the piece of legislation that you adopted and was signed on December the 30th. You chose not to. You don't need to point the finger at Republicans and saying, we're gambling, we're playing chicken. The fact of the matter is, the four people who negotiated the omnibus bill knew exactly what they were doing. This crisis was intentionally created, and it's something that we're going to have to work together to get out of. We have $32 trillion in debt. In 2019, we had $21 trillion. We can't keep running a $2 trillion deficit every year. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Ms. Tokuda, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I'm going to be the third Democratic speaker today to talk about the debt limit, but I think it's a point that needs to be made. Madam Speaker, every single day, Americans across our country are forced to take extraordinary measures just to keep a roof over their head and food on the table. Now, because of the extremist agenda, yes, of some of our Republican colleagues, the Department of the Treasury has begun to do the same to avoid a default. The consequences of such a default could be catastrophic. The first real default in U.S. history could lead to a sudden jump in interest rates and raise mortgage, car, and credit card payments for our working families. As the federal government struggles to maintain its financial commitments, payments for Social Security, benefits for veterans, and paychecks for military service members could be delayed and suspended. By one estimate, a default could add $130,000 to the cost of an average 30-year mortgage, eliminate over 3 million jobs, and increase the national debt by an additional $850 billion. As much as $15 trillion in household wealth could be wiped out in the ensuing recession. And our competitors across the world, like China and Russia, would surely see this U.S. default as an indication of American decline and be further emboldened. As the representative of Hawaii's 2nd Congressional District, I speak on behalf of the diverse communities I represent, spanning all 8 Hawaiian islands. I'm here to fight for working families struggling with high cost of living, small businesses providing jobs and opportunities for our residents, senior citizens seeking security and retirement in old age, and above all, our children and their futures. In my first month alone on this job, we find our country inching towards a debt crisis at the national level that could devastate my constituents and their ability to care for their families, all caused by the extreme politics of my Republican colleagues. This is not a short-term one-off issue. The implications for our economy, on our foreign policy, and on our communities are severe and long-term. When I sit down at my kitchen table every night and look across at my sons, I worry. Will they have their own kitchen table filled with family right here in Hawaii? If Republicans force our country into a default, their future will be even more challenging. To afford a home of their own, to be able to even rent one, to have a car to get to work, to save for their children's future. And while Hawaii is one of the most expensive places to live in the country, with residents paying on average 42% of their income on rent, the highest of any state, I know that workers and families in every single one of our districts are struggling every day to make ends meet. The American people need to see solutions, not just grandstanding. They need to see progress so that they can hope for a better future. That means we've got to build and act on the progress delivered by the first 2 years of the Biden administration and one of the most productive Congresses in modern history. In these 2 years, Democrats have lowered healthcare costs, created nearly 11 million jobs, supported over 10 million new small business applications, put shovels in the ground on 7,000 new infrastructure projects, and invested in a revival of American manufacturing. This Congress should be building on the progress of the last 2 years, not tearing it down by flirting with default and making unacceptable demands to cut Social Security, Medicare, and other critical programs that working families across the country depend on. Why would House Republicans hold our economy hostage and the American people in anxious suspense for months when they can pass a clean debt limit increase right now? When House Republicans tried to do this in 2011, they forced an unnecessary economic shock to our country that resulted in the first time our credit history record has ever been downgraded in our history. We cannot do that again. We can have a reasoned debate and discussion, negotiations over the right level of government spending, as every Congress does every year through the budget and appropriations process. But whether the United States pays its bill on time must not be a pawn in a Republican political game. Our families work hard to pay their bills on time. Their government should too. I have heard from so many people how much they love Hawaii. So do I. If you have a chance to visit our home, stop and take a look. 1 in 5 residents depend on their Social Security benefits coming every single month. 1 in 10 people who call Hawaii home are veterans or active duty service members. These are the faces of the people held hostage and hurt by Republicans. We have an opportunity to rise above our differences and give them a Congress that has their best interests squarely in sight, one that gives them hope. I urge my Republican colleagues to work with us to quickly pass a clean debt limit raise as soon as possible. The American people and our constituents deserve no less.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
Mahalo, and I yield.
Thank you. The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honor to join this House as the newest representative from the great state of Iowa. I rise not to speak of division within this chamber, but to champion the importance of providing pragmatic, solution-oriented leadership for the American people. Serving the people of the 3rd District, I am humbled by the Iowans who voted for change and remain mindful that good representation includes being a fighter for every single Iowan, regardless of party. That's why I'm committed to ushering in a new era of public service for our community, one that begins with transparent, pragmatic, and bipartisan work. With nearly 2 decades as a combat veteran, an intelligence officer, and a former state legislator, service always comes before self. In the military, it is never 9 to 5. Deployments, flying over Afghanistan meant spending time away from family, and tours overseas sacrificed memories we shared with friends. But we had a call to serve, and our brothers and sisters in arms demanded that we complete the job. My call to serve now is being a representative for every Iowan in all 21 counties. Whether in Des Moines or Atlantic or Ottumwa, common challenges facing Iowans are dire. Inflation is crippling families and small businesses. Taxes and governmental overreach are burdensome. And our communities just this week are hurting from violent crime. We must provide quality education as top of mind across our state. As a servant in Iowa, we worked across the aisle, and we delivered, passing the largest tax cut in state history 3 times over. Growing productivity for Iowa family farms. We are now first in corn, first in soybean, first in hog, and first in high school graduation. Not to mention, we're still first in the GOP caucuses. In Iowa, small businesses kept going during the pandemic, and we ensured that Iowa's schools were open so students and parents could work with educators to teach the next generation of Iowa leaders. I'm a 6th-generation Iowan. I know the struggles we face. I come from a Century family farm. My mother was a nurse, my father a high school math teacher. They taught my brother and I to take responsibility, to serve with grace in our hearts. And our community helped raise all of us. In high school, I met my future wife, Kelly, and we are blessed with 4 kids and 2 foster children. Our hope for them is that we can offer what our parents provided for us. And in times of tragedy, we are reminded that family always comes first. This week, we were saddened to lose my father-in-law, Kelly's dad, Jim. He was a union electrician, and he only voted once for a Republican. Thank you, Jim. He was the best grandpa to our kids, the best dad, the best husband. He was a man who lived his life to the fullest with the ones he loved, which is what the world needs more of today. The importance of family is something every Iowan can agree on. In Congress, I would like to see more of this realized, that there are more things that can be done to achieve the 80% of priorities that we all agree on. Americans would rather spend time seeing us work together than in partisan dogfights. In 2023, we entered a period of divided government, but this is no excuse for gridlock or inaction. The American people demand and deserve leaders who are willing to work for meaningful policies to address the challenges that we all face. High inflation, educating our kids, protecting our communities, and energy independence that serves both our national security and protects our national resources. There is always more that can be accomplished when we work together than when we are alone. Together, we can ensure that a prosperous American future for the next generation by making our country safer, stronger, and more accountable. With that goal in mind, I am honored to bring Iowa's influential voice to the Agricultural House Committee and bring Des Moines' expertise in the insurance industry to serve on the Financial Services Committee. We have the opportunities to bring homegrown Iowa values and priorities to the nation's capital. And as a DC outsider and citizen legislator, I plan to take full advantage of these opportunities to make what works in Iowa an opportunity for the entire country. Most importantly, I will strive every single day to be a servant to my fellow Iowans. I will also work to be the best father and husband to my family, and this means being present right in my hometown, back in Iowa, where together we all work and live. I'll be traveling across the district nonstop to hear from all Iowans in all 21 counties, both urban, suburban, and rural, in the new 3rd District. And I look forward to delivering pragmatic solutions for Iowans and helping DC along the way to operate a little bit more like we do in Iowa. Family, neighbors first, common sense, hard work, and as always, a little bit of Iowa nice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherphyllis McCormick.
Madam Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
In what seems to be a concession to the most far-right members of the Republican Party, the Republican leadership has scheduled a vote on the alleged Fair Tax Act that would completely overhaul the tax system to blatantly favor the rich. The proposed legislation would abolish the Internal Revenue Service and eliminate all federal taxes, including estate taxes and corporate income taxes. In place of federal taxes, the bill would impose an effective 30% national sales tax across the board. The working class would face substantially higher tax burdens as a result. The richest Americans would receive a sizable cash reward. It is difficult to overestimate how regressive this tax would be, and according to the tax expert, it would have a wide range of detrimental effects, not just on income taxes, but also on items like the Affordable Care Act premiums and the child tax credit. The Republicans claim that they are a party of the working people, but it appears to be that they're trying to make it seem that they're absolutely not that. Some of the wealthiest people in our country can pay exceptionally low tax rates, avoid paying taxes on their largest assets, and pass their fortunes on to their children tax-free because of the many ways the tax system is set up to enable corporate taxpayers to avoid paying taxes. The conservatives have spent decades creating this kind of tax emancipation for rich while waging a fierce battle against the attempts to reinstate tax enforcements against the 1%. This just further advances the wealthy by giving them more opportunities to take advantage of the working class. In Florida's 20th district, where the median household income is under $55,000 a year, and families already struggle to make ends meet, the Fair Tax Act will put the constituents at a unique disadvantage. There's nothing fair about the Fair Tax Act. This is a handout to the rich. Americans will feel the weight of this 30% sales tax on necessities like food and gas. I urge my colleagues to reconsider this legislation and work with House Democrats on most pressing issues that face our country. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady. And remind members there are a few more seats down front if you can't find any place in the back there. And I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes and to revise and extend my mark.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Colonel Jason M. Brock, who served 32 years in the Tennessee Air National Guard. Colonel Brock began his military career as an enlisted member in 1991 and worked hard during his service to earn a bachelor's degree in science, Bachelor of Science degree, from the University of Tennessee in 1994. In 1998, he was commissioned as a second lieutenant. Since then, Colonel Brock has served in a variety of assignments as logistics readiness officer and a maintenance officer and has deployed numerous times in support of multiple operations, including Enduring Freedom, Iraqi Freedom, Southern and Northern Watch, Joint Guard, and Noble Guard. During his assignment as Director of Staff for the state of Tennessee Air, he also supported many domestic operations, including Tennessee's military response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Colonel Brock plans to retire this year, and it is well-earned retirement, Madam Speaker. He plans to spend more time with his wife, his two sons, on family outings to the lake and camping. He's also a private pilot, and he has his license. He looks forward to enjoying more time in the sky. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed services, like Colonel Brock, who served and sacrificed for our freedom. It is my honor to recognize Colonel Jason Brock as the Tennessee 2nd District's January 2023 Veteran of the Month. Madam Speaker, I rise to congratulate Joe and Dale Longmire on selling the Midway IGA and retiring from the grocery business. Claude and Ruby Longmire started Longmire Grocery in Carrington in 1947. They raised Joe and Dale in the grocery business, and they've worked very hard in this their entire lives. In 1988, Joe and Dale bought the Midway IGA right there on Tazewell Pike, as you well know. Joe and Dale say the community has been very good to the Longmires, and the Midway IGA has been very good to the community, and they've been great friends of mine. When you go in there, Madam Speaker, local kids work there. They work the counters. They work everywhere. And they have some of the best fried chicken. I believe it's actually called roasted fried chicken that I've ever had, except, of course, my wife and my sweet mama used to make. Of course, my family and I, we trade at the IGA on a regular basis. And the Longmire supported me when I first ran for mayor. And they were some of the first people that came out in support of me. They had a fundraiser for me at their house, and they live on Emory Road, the same road I live on now. And Emory Road is a very long road, Madam Speaker. And I actually went to the wrong end of Emory Road, and I was 1 hour late to my own fundraiser, but it just, as you know, it increased the anticipation of my arrival. The Longmire brothers have said nothing. Have said nothing about the store will change, which I'm very glad to hear. Midway IGA has been great to our community, and I hope we don't lose that. I wish their sister Lisa the best as she sticks around the store as their scanning manager. I wish Joe and his wonderful wife Becky, who's been a dear friend to me and my girls for a long time, and Dale and his wife Ellen the best in their retirement. Joe plans to finish his research book he's been researching about the history of Carrington, and I look forward to getting an autographed copy, which I'm sure I will pay dearly for. Madam Speaker, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to sound the alarm. Extreme MAGA Republicans have an economic plan that will hurt working families. For 2 years, House Democrats have delivered for everyday Americans. The economic progress that House Democrats and President Biden have led is simply remarkable. So let's talk about the significant growth Democrats made possible by President Biden's economic plan. We created 11 million jobs. Under Trump, we lost 2.9 million jobs. The unemployment rate is at 3.5%, one of the lowest rates in our history. Under Trump, it was 6.3%. We lowered health care costs for working families. Under Trump, 3 million more people lost their insurance. We kept insulin at $35 for our seniors on Medicare, and we expanded Medicare and Social Security benefits. This is progress, but this progress is threatened by extreme MAGA Republicans. While most Americans are worried about post-COVID prices at the grocery store, the extreme MAGA Republicans in charge of the House GOP want to increase the average family's cost for groceries and everyday essentials by hundreds of dollars every month. That's right, Madam Speaker, raising it by hundreds a month. They're doing this by championing a new 30% national sales tax. The House MAGA Republicans would jack up the prices on the products that we rely on. Imagine paying, in my district, 30% more when you go to H-E-B for your groceries. This kind of blanket tax increase is failed economic policy that attacks the foundation of our economic growth and hurts working families. My Republican friends all talk about responsible spending and balanced budgets. Families will not be able to balance their own budgets if the extreme MAGA wing gets its way. Madam Speaker, we have already witnessed this so-called leadership, what this leadership looks like. The very first bill the GOP put before the House will make it easier to hand tax breaks to the wealthy and well-connected. But they're not just trying to make it easier for the ultra-powerful to pay even less in taxes. Sadly, extreme Republicans want to gut Social Security, eliminate Medicare, and reverse new drug prices lowered by House Democrats, just hard and fought for working families. If they have their way, Social Security and Medicare, as we know it, will end. Working families will lose the benefits they've earned by paying into a system for decades. In my home district, there are more than 80,000 people living on their Social Security income. That's more than 10% of my constituents. These are retired workers, disabled workers, widows, and children who need these critical funds to survive. And let me repeat, they earned their benefits by paying into the system for many, many decades. So when extreme MAGA Republicans fight and say that they don't want to raise the debt limit, I want everyone to know what that really means. It's not economic theory, it's political posturing. They raised the debt limit every time Trump was in office, and in fact, Trump is responsible for 25% of our current debt. So when they say they're going to fight, it really is about hurting people. It would mean Social Security payments won't be sent. People already living hand to mouth won't get the money they earned, and this is totally unacceptable. The full faith and credit of the United States means more than paying our government bills on time. It means keeping groceries in the refrigerator and medicine in the cabinet for many people in my district. House Democrats will continue to fight for working families. It is the middle class that makes our country strong. We will always put people over politics. We will always put people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Spartz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to highlight an ongoing problem with our institution, which starts reminding a theater full of actors, a circus, and dog and pony show with a lot of messaging, grandstanding, demagoguery, talking points, but no real results badly needed for the American people. When Benjamin Franklin was leaving the Constitutional Convention in 1787 and was asked what kind of government the delegates had created, he replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." It's been over 200 years since that time, but do we really appreciate what it means to have a constitutional republic, the rule of law, presumption of innocence, and proper due process? As someone who grew up under dictatorship in the Soviet Union, I cherish these freedoms tremendously and understand how hard it is to get them back when you lose them, and how many people have died for them. Therefore, regardless of politics, I will vigorously defend our Constitution and our rights for all Americans. Congress is not a kangaroo court and has proper committees like ethics or judiciary to provide proper due processes to all individuals, whether it's President Trump and Representative Green or President Biden and or Representative Omar. I adamantly argued for last Congress as a member of the Judiciary Committee to provide these due processes. So I am not planning to become a hypocrite now and lose this credibility. We have to become adults in the room and stop this bread and circuses in Congress. No one is above the law, but no one is below the law. I yield back.
Yields. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and service of Harvey Dreyhus, a beloved World War II veteran who lives in the South Puget Sound of Washington State. A member of America's greatest generation, he joined the military in 1943 and rose to the rank of technician 5th grade. Like many of our World War II heroes, Mr. Dreyhus was wounded on the front lines. And as the Battle of Okinawa went on, he made a promise. If I survive, I vow to help the people. Like many of his generation, he made serving our great nation and its citizens a cornerstone of his life's work. Post-military service, he served on multiple service organization boards and dedicated 53 years of active community service and leadership to Washington State. And one piece of Mr. Dreyhus' story that stood out to me is that while on the battlefield in Japan, he recovered a cherished photo album. After decades of searching for the family it belonged to, he was able to get it back to the Nakamoto family in Okinawa. This selfless act helped a family reunite with their past loved ones, transcending the boundaries of war with a kind act of humanity. Madam Speaker, Harvey Dreyhus exemplifies courage, selfless service, and love for others. He recently celebrated his 100th birthday and is the last living member of his World War II military unit. I am honored and proud to recognize him for his service in combat and his love and compassion for our nation. Madam Speaker, I would also like to recognize today and honor Lourdes Alfie Alvarez Ramos, who will retire at the end of this month as Director of the Washington State Department of Veterans Affairs. I congratulate Alfie on an exemplary and distinguished career serving the American people and my fellow Washingtonians for more than 5 decades. Alfie enlisted in the Army in 1971, rising to the rank of Troop Command Sergeant Major at Madigan Army Medical Center, part of Joint Base Lewis McChord in my district. After retiring from the military in 1993, Alfie joined the Washington State Department of Veterans Affairs and has served as its director for the last decade. Under her leadership, the department was recognized as the leading state's Veterans Affairs department in the entire nation, offering the largest portfolio of services. Madam Speaker, throughout her career, Alfie has broken barriers and empowered the next generation of soldiers to lead at the highest levels of military and public service. More importantly, she has been instrumental in making sure that our veterans are never forgotten. I thank Director Alvarado Ramos for her selfless service to our veterans, the state of Washington, and our great nation, a true patriot indeed. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address this body from the well.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to wish you and all Americans a happy Celebrate Literacy Week. The Florida Department of Education has designated this week as a week to focus on reading and to make, but you don't have to be from Florida to celebrate reading. All Americans can make our students and focus on our students and families to make reading a part of their daily routines and install a lifelong learning of reading. This year's theme is Take a Deep Dive into Literacy, Splash into New Worlds.
So, fitting with the theme, I was honored and proud to read Pirates Pete, Talk Like a Pirate to the fourth grade classes at Yulee Elementary School in Northeast Florida. Yulee Elementary School is a outstanding rated A school based on the Florida School Accountability Reports. This school is led by Principal Bryce Cubble and Assistant Principal Tara Libby. These educators are to be commended for the fantastic they're doing for our students. Madam Speaker, they say reading is fundamental, but I will say that it's only fundamental if we encourage reading. So I want to encourage everybody, if you get a chance to read to a young person, do it. It will be good for them and for you. Madam Speaker, I yield back time.
Yields. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Luttrell, for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House.
The gentleman's recognized.
I rise today to discuss H.R. 26, the Born Alive Survivor Protection Act that passed out of the House last week, unanimously on one side but divided on the other, except for one vote from a colleague from Texas. And I understand that the nation is divided on the topic of abortion, but that's not what this bill is. This bill is to protect a living soul that survived a traumatic event. And this is one that I've been losing sleep over, and I wanted to add perspective, my perspective, from someone who fought in 2 wars. And what I don't understand is why we are divided, because when I was overseas, my teammates and I, and my brothers and sisters in arms, and we were actively engaging the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, at any moment, whether it was an ambush, an IED, if a hostile act was being presented to us at any moment, if that individual relinquished their weapons, decreased their aggressive posture, we were to do the exact same. If that terrorist, if that individual was injured, shot, we were to render medical aid. We were to act humanely, even after they just tried to kill us. If necessary, we would life flight them to the same hospital that an American soldier would go to, period. That rule of law was passed out of this body unanimously. Every member in this House demanded that American soldiers treated every human humanely, period. That rule protects individuals that because of the color of your skin, they would crucify you and torture you and kill you. Because of your religious practices, if it was not in accordance to theirs, they would lock you in a cage and throw you in a lake. If they did not agree with who you were, what you were, and how you were, they would mercifully hunt you down and execute you. So what I don't understand is how this body could unanimously pass a law that would protect somebody who absolutely despises our way of life, but we cannot come together to protect an innocent child that survived an abortion. I don't understand that, because I know that everyone in here is a mother, a father, a grandparent, an aunt, or an uncle. And at any moment, walking down the street, if there was a child in duress, you would kill yourself to get to him and save him. But because this child survived abortion, you're going to turn your back and vote not to give them medical care. If this ever presents itself back to this body, I humbly take a knee and ask that you change your vote and vote yes to protect these children. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The member is reminded to address your remarks to the chair. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O Lord God of peace, we pray this day for the peace found only in you, not as the world gives, for that which is found there is fleeting and flawed. Reveal yourself in this world which rages with hostilities, where there are wars and rumors of wars as far-flung as Ukraine is from Taiwan, where violence threatens to be the only answer to discord. Reveal yourself and grant us your peace. Lord, how long? How long will aggressors take it upon themselves to usurp not just the sovereignty of a nation, but basic human rights? Lord, put an end to the senseless shedding of blood, the indiscriminate targeting of innocents. Then may those who have suffered in ways we cannot imagine emerge from the ashes of their shattered lives and be raised up as a testimony to their enduring faith in your redeeming grace. May the religious resolve of the persecuted in Ukraine, the endangered believers in Nigeria, the repressed Uyghurs in Xinjiang, shine as a light in our darkness and show us what it means to believe in the hope of your salvation. Turn our hearts to receive your mercy and transform our lives to reflect your peace. For it is in your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose, the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to let the American people know their access to conservative programming on one of our nation's largest satellite TV providers is at risk. DirecTV, one of my district's largest satellite providers, has threatened to remove Newsmax from its lineup. Why? Why, may I ask? Newsmax simply asked to receive equal compensation for DirecTV carrying its channel through carriage fees. Though Newsmax has higher ratings than many other more liberal stations offered on DirecTV, the satellite provider owned by AT&T will not negotiate in good faith with Newsmax. And again, I said AT&T. The threat of conservatives losing independent media outlet is and should DirecTV not agree to a new carriage agreement with Newsmax. This appears to be another victory in the woke left's efforts to cancel conservatives and limit free speech. Mr. Speaker, I rise these concerns as a defender of the First Amendment with the hope that DirecTV will do the right thing and keep Newsmax on its air. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from the state of New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on January 11th, the failure of the notice to air mission system grounded thousands of flights across America. This malfunction created air travel chaos for days. The system is essential to safe flight operations and needs to be reformed. The Notice to Air Missions Improvement Act takes a proactive approach to make much-needed upgrades. Many of the airline safety measures implemented over the past 15 years were born out of the lessons we learned following the crash of Flight 3407 outside of Buffalo. We must not wait for another tragedy to make the necessary steps to protect the flying public. I support this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
For what purpose does the Gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Biden took office, there have been nearly 5 million crossings of illegal aliens from over 100 countries, a direct result of his failed policies and those of the Democrat-led Congress. Biden and Democrats shamefully support what they expect as low-information voters, ignoring the immediate threat of terrorists. According to Customs and Border Protection, last month was the 10th consecutive month of more than 200,000 illegal crossings. Federal seizures have also resulted in fentanyl rising over 50% from November to December 2022, murdering young Americans. The House Republican majority will deliver common sense solutions to stop identified terrorists who are threats to American families at greater risk of mass murder than ever before. House Republicans are holding the government accountable and will not stop until the American people are protected with a wall and fences, as Donald Trump attempted to achieve. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stand here today because I am planning to reintroduce the United States-Israel Artificial Intelligence Center Act, a bipartisan piece of legislation that will cement a mutually beneficial partnership between the United States and Israel on artificial intelligence research. This is a critical step forward in an era where AI and its implications are taking center stage in public discourse. We must collaborate with international partners like the Israeli government to ensure that the United States maintains a leadership role in AI research and development and responsibly explores the many possibilities evolving technologies provide. The United States-Israel Artificial Intelligence Center Act will allow us to tap into the expertise of both countries and draw upon each other's resources to explore and develop cutting-edge AI advancements. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize one of the many leaders of industry in Ohio's 7th Congressional District, Momentive Technologies. Headquartered in Strongsville, Ohio, Momentive Technologies is a global leader in quartz, ceramic materials for semiconductors, and one of the largest producers of boron nitride in the world. Momentive Technologies products are indispensable components in a broad range of goods, from semiconductor, aerospace, water purification, and pharmaceuticals to consumer electronics and telecommunications. I had the privilege of visiting their headquarters while I was back home for last week's district work period. Momentive Technologies has invested heavily in Ohio's operations. Its year-over-year capital spend has increased 35% each year since 2020. And it hopes to continue that strong record of investment for the benefit not only of Ohio, but of America's economic security. I look forward to working together with Momentive Technologies and others across different industries to ensure American economic and industrial security for generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since Speaker McCarthy won't tell us what he had to give extremist Republicans in his caucus in a backroom deal for the power, we can only assume that they agreed to tank the economy and destroy millions of jobs unless Congress slashes Social Security. Raising the debt ceiling is a routine matter of business that has passed cleanly by Republican presidents, including Trump, and Democratic presidents alike. If Republican lawmakers default, the shock will plunge the world into recession and a financial crisis. And let's not forget that 65 million Americans are on Social Security. The debate is clear. Speaker McCarthy made a deal with the devil for power in exchange of and holding our economies hostage and pushing through extremist Republican proposals, such as Senator Rick Scott's plan to sunset Social Security. We can't allow it to happen. Tell us what you aim to cut and save Social Security. Yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the people of Iran as they struggle against an oppressive and dangerous regime. I also commend our great Iranian American community in Georgia and across this nation who hope that their friends and family on the other side of the world may one day have the freedom and prosperity we all enjoy in the United States. They are great patriots and valued citizens. For 4 consecutive months, Iranians have been protesting and calling for the downfall of the clerical regime in Tehran. Their rules have brutally repressed dissidents and protesters, killing women who violate their dress codes and men who stand up for their sisters, mothers, wives, and daughters. In the 117th Congress, 260 bipartisan members of the Congress co-sponsored the House Resolution 118, which expressed unequivocal support by the Iranian people's desire to establish a secular, democratic, and non-nuclear republic. I hope that we can attract even more bipartisan signers for a resolution this week, of which I am a proud co-signer. And with that, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I and my Democratic colleagues, as well as the Biden-Harris administration, have raised Social Security benefits by 8.7%, extreme Republicans are attempting to force cuts to Social Security eligibility and benefits that will hurt the financial security of America's seniors. Their very first bill released the wealthy and well-connected from giving their fair of taxes, adding $114 billion to the debt. Social Security used to be a bipartisan-supported program. It is a vital lifeline for Americans, and House Democrats will continue to fight to protect Social Security, not only for our seniors now, but for future generations. Together, House Democrats will continue to stand united in holding our Republican colleagues accountable and to push back against their efforts to subsidize the lifestyles of the rich and powerful. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Detroit is city of first, likely the site of first urban freeway built in the U.S., where Henry Ford manufactured his first car and the birthplace of the U.S. auto industry. Yes, this city bleeds authentic Americana and yearns for a renaissance. However, my district is at a crossroad. In the 13th congressional district, businesses are beginning to hire more people, which means more traffic on the road and more people using our public transportation system. Metro Detroit has renowned for having one of the worst public transportation network of any large city in the nation, even before the COVID-19 pandemic. While others work from home, many jobs require in-person work. Public transportation is still necessary and demand high rise in the future. I applaud the passage of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act during the last Congress. Still, there needs to be a strong emphasis on infrastructure goals. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, I stood on this very House floor and I voted to condemn violence at crisis pregnancy centers, a vote that was difficult to make not because I think it was wrong to condemn violence. I don't. But rather, it was difficult as an American to watch this governing body politicize the ideas of civility and decency that should undoubtedly be woven through every last one of us. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you to condemn violence again, this time at an abortion clinic. And I stand before you to acknowledge the violent attack at the Planned Parenthood in Illinois last week. The cowardly arson attack, a firebomb, damaged the building just days after abortion protections were signed into law in Illinois. Let there be no mistake. This was clearly intended to terrorize women and girls and their families and the medical professionals who serve them from exercising reproductive freedoms. So now I ask my Republican colleagues to join me as I have joined them in condemning violence and this violent attack. And from this day forward, I invite all Americans to unequivocally say that we must restore civility and decency in every corner of our nation, because violence is never the answer, ever. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today in strong opposition to Big Pharma cheating taxpayers. As pharmaceutical companies prepare to sell vaccines on the private market, they're jacking up the price tag on public health. After tens of billions of dollars of sales, vaccine manufacturers have floated commercial prices over 4 times higher than the price currently paid by the government. Taxpayers contributed to every aspect of these vaccines, from the underlying science to the clinical trials to purchasing agreements, but only the manufacturers will profit. Just 2 vaccine manufacturers control 97% of the market. They will not compete because they do not have to. I've worked on legislation to prevent anti-competitive pricing in consolidated markets like vaccines, and this is especially important for products that our tax dollars paid for. We cannot continue to ask taxpayers to help cover the risk while letting pharma collude to reap the profits. I yield back.
Purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Republican Conference, I send to the desk a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 56, resolve that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House of Representatives. Committee on Appropriations, Mr. Rogers of Kentucky, Mr. Aderholt, Mr. Simpson, Mr. Carter of Texas, Mr. Calvert, Mr. Cole, Mr. Diaz-Balart, Mr. Womack, Mr. Fleischman, Mr.
Resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 255.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 255, a bill to amend the Disaster Recovery Reform Act of 2018 to develop a study regarding streamlining and consolidating information collection and preliminary damage assessments and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 255.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I want to thank the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, for her leadership on this bill. H.R. 255 is it's common sense legislation to establish a process that's going to identify ways to streamline and consolidate the collection of certain disaster information. While the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or we know as FEMA, is the lead federal agency on disasters, there's often many federal agencies involved in the disaster response and recovery process, and it's critically important that these agencies are all working efficiently to minimize overlaps in their assessments and utilize new technologies to streamline the processes. Specifically, this legislation is going to establish a federal working group led by FEMA to coordinate with the Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency to identify ways to reduce duplication and streamline the federal damage assessment process. This is just a good government bill, and it's going to help improve disaster recovery efforts, which were previously passed by the House in both the 116th and 117th Congresses. I would urge support of this legislation, and I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume, and I rise in support of H.R. 255, the Federal Disaster Assistance Coordination Act, introduced by Representatives Gonzalez Colon, Peters, and Plaskett. This legislation amends the Disaster Recovery Reform Act to help federal agencies streamline and consolidate information collection and preliminary damage assessments following disasters. After a major disaster, there is no time to wait for bureaucracy. However, federal recovery assistance following disasters is currently hampered by inefficient information collection and assessments conducted by multiple agencies. This bill will remove information collection barriers that currently impede disaster aid. It creates a working group to identify duplicative assessments and propose their elimination. Further, it would streamline federal disaster recovery efforts by concluding that a single agency is sufficient to conduct damage assessments to account for the needs of disaster victims. The federal government can and should be doing this work smarter. I support this bill, urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This time I would yield such time as she may consume the gentlelady from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say, first of all, thank you to Chairman Graves for his leadership and for acting so swiftly to bring this bill to the floor of the House. And I proudly rise in support of my bill, H.R. 255. I will also like to thank Representatives Scott Peters from California and Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands and Neil Dunn from Florida for co-sponsoring this legislation. I think H.R. 255 will establish a process to identify ways to streamline and consolidate the collection of certain disaster information to start the recovery process for individuals and families that were devastated by any natural disaster. I hear about these issues with delays and confusion related to requirements and processing of disaster assistance on a regular basis. I meet with the mayors of the island, and this is just the case of Puerto Rico, but I do know we do have the same process and the same situation across the nation. And this is a significant source of frustration for my mayors, for my constituents, as well as the people all over the country. While FEMA is the lead agency, federal agency on disaster, many others are also often involved in disaster response and recovery, like, for example, the Department of Housing and Urban Development and the Small Business Administration, just to name a few. In the aftermath of Hurricane Irma and Maria in 2017 and the seismic activity in Puerto Rico in 2020, we discovered that the federal agency after federal agency will require the same information in their preliminary assessments, which meant tens of thousands of site and damage assessments. And we see some of this repeating itself in the aftermath of last year's Hurricane Fiona in Puerto Rico, and Hurricane Ian in Florida, and with other disasters across the nation. So this is not just a bill for the islands or the territories. This is a bill for the rest of the nation and how to manage and get expedited help in response from federal agencies. Currently, there is no process to share this assessment among federal agencies, which ultimately causes significant delays for immediate relief and prolongs recovery. And this is compounded by other administrative issues like frequent staff changes and constituents and mayors having to work with multiple personnel to handle a single application or request. In 2020, FEMA finally decided to begin consolidating assessments for Puerto Rico just to speed up the project delivery process across multiple federal agencies. Many of these assessments are small, often one part of a larger project, which has continuously slowed down the recovery process. H.R. 255 will establish a federal working group led by FEMA in collaboration with the Council of Inspector Generals on Integrity and Efficiency to identify ways to reduce duplication and to modernize the federal management assessment process to make it truly agile and efficient. And we need to ensure assistance is provided while safeguarding taxpayers' funds. And I think with this bill, we can do both. I think it's critical that these agencies are working together to minimize overlaps in their assessments and consider the use of the newest technologies to streamline processes. Very often, we met in a Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, and we have this same discussion about what happened in Louisiana, about what happened in Florida, what happened in the Eastern Coast, what happened in the West Coast every time we do have a natural disaster. And always is the same problem. I trust this bill will expedite disaster recovery across the nation. And as we learn in my own backyard, Puerto Rico, it's not if the next disaster will occur, it's when it's going to happen and how we're going to face it. Every 1st of June, another hurricane season begins for the territories and the Eastern Coast. And since the last time this language passed the House in the 117th Congress, we have another direct hit with Hurricane Fiona. I am pleased that we are considering this bill so early in this 118th Congress, and that's the reason I thank our chairman for his marvelous job bringing this bill to the floor. And I can therefore work quickly to make this proposal the law of the land as part of our efforts to better prepare for a disaster response. I encourage my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and prepared to close. I'd just to inquire of my colleague if there are any remaining speakers on his side.
I don't have any other speakers.
And with that, Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman is recognized.
I'll close. This bipartisan bill passed the House on suspension in the 116th and 117th Congresses. It will help disaster survivors by taking a step towards streamlining the federal government's fragmented approach to disaster assistance, and I urge my colleagues to support it and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 255 it's just good government legislation that's going to help streamline disaster recovery efforts by improving the coordination and efficiency of federal agencies involved in disaster assistance. I urge support of the bill, and with that, yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Bill H.R. 255. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of Chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 259.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 259, a bill to provide for an online repository for certain reporting requirements for recipients of federal disaster assistance and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 259.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 259, the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act, introduced by our Republican colleague from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, is going to increase transparency for post-disaster federal assistance. H.R. 259 requires agencies to provide federal disaster assistance to update a central website quarterly with information on their disaster assistance programs. The increased transparency is going to allow the American taxpayers to see where their hard-earned dollars are going and in which areas are receiving the most federal assistance for post-disaster recovery. The Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act passed the House last Congress overwhelmingly by a vote of 412 to 2 nays. 412 yeas to 2 nays. And I hope we can repeat this very strong showing this Congress. I would urge support of this legislation, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself at such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 259. This bill, introduced by Representatives Gonzalez Colon and Plaskett, would create a new online system for tracking federal disaster projects and assistance. People should know how and where the disaster funds are being spent without wading through reams of governmental paperwork. This legislation simplifies the data collection process for the federal disaster recovery projects. To increase transparency, the bill also creates a page on usaspending.gov where everyone can track agency disaster recovery activities and the amount of assistance expended by an agency on a quarterly basis. Federal agencies need to be accountable to the victims of disasters and allow them peace of mind when they are at their most vulnerable. So I urge my colleagues on both sides to join with me and to support this legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I yield such time as she may consume. The gentlelady from Puerto Rico.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in support of H.R. 259, the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act. And again, I need to thank my chairman for making this possible so early in this Congress and allowing this bipartisan initiative to be considered today. I also want to thank my sister from the Virgin Islands, Stacey Plaskett, as well as Representatives Maliotakis and Cleaver for their support and as co-sponsors of this legislation. H.R. 259 will provide an innovative and comprehensive approach to tracking federal disaster projects and assistance, and as well as the funds. It established a single online repository to report information about federal disaster assistance to provide transparency to the American taxpayer. This proposal, developed in collaboration with the Project of Government Oversight, will establish a subpage for transparency of disaster assistance on the usaspending.gov website to better inform the public about the status of the use of disaster funding. And believe me, every time I go back to the district every weekend, this is the first question I receive from my constituents. What happened with the funds to the bridge? What happened with the funds to the school? What happened with the funds to the roads that are still damaged 5 years after the hurricane? And this question, many people ask themselves, where is the federal funding that has been approved by Congress? Where is the money that is being allocated for the federal agencies? Did a contractor have it? Is the local government spending the money well? Those are general questions that everybody, at least in Puerto Rico, are asking. So this bill would allow and will require agencies that offered disaster assistance, including the Department of Housing and Urban Administration, the Small Business Administration, the Department of Agriculture, and many others, to regularly submit updated information to the Office of Management and Budget to ensure that the best possible data is available in an easy, accessible format. The data to be published will include the amount of disaster assistance provided to the agencies, the amount of disaster assistance that has been obligated or expended to projects or activities, a detailed list of all projects or activities for which disaster assistance dispersed by the agency was expended, obligated, or used, including a description of the project or activity, as well as an evaluation of the completion status of that project. I think this will help not just the general public, not just American taxpayers, but also the government agencies to know where the funding is and when those projects are going to be completed. During the last few years in my district, like many others represented here in the House, has faced multiple hardships due to disasters. In our case in Puerto Rico, we're still working through the aftermaths of Hurricane Maria in 2017, the earthquakes of 2020, and last year's Hurricane Fiona. Much of the support has been approved for rebuilding, and this Congress passed legislation allocating billions of federal funding, not just to Puerto Rico, to Texas, to California, and many other states. And of course, we need better accountability and oversight to ensure this funding is being used as intended by Congress. H.R. 259 will foster accessibility and transparency of information to track federal funding and its status. It will also enable local mayors and legislators, non-governmental organizations, and individual constituents to know what funding has been used for, where the funding will go, and how much funding is left to be spent, among other information. We approve money here for hospitals in Puerto Rico, for piers, for bridges, and people don't even know where the money is because the project has not even begun yet. This kind of information will help not just federal and local agencies, but mostly the American taxpayers. This will allow better awareness of progress and utilization of resources, and to ensure that streams of available funding are not overlooked or underutilized. The transparency provided with this bill will be essential for better congressional oversight of disaster recovery in all the states and communities where it has been received, so agencies can account for how effectively it's being used. And if it's getting to the hands of the individuals and community that it was needed or intended to. Mr. Speaker, passing this legislation will assist our efforts to improve federal disaster response and make it more accountable and effective. And I urge my colleagues to vote for the passage of H.R. 259, the Post-Disaster Assistance Online Accountability Act, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and prepared to close. I'd inquire my colleague if he has any remaining speakers on his side.
No more speakers.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the House passed this bipartisan bill on suspension as well in the past two Congresses, and I look forward to passing this common sense transparency measure again today, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Chairman of the Small Business Committee agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 259, as well as my response expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd also ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the Chairman of the Financial Services Committee agreeing to waive consideration of H.R. 259, as well as my response expressing appreciation for his willingness to work cooperatively on this legislation.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, this common sense accountability measure is going to enable taxpayers to get a greater sense of where their money is going and allow agencies to see where they can coordinate post-disaster recovery efforts. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge support of this legislation. With that, yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 259? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 388.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 388, a bill to amend Title 40 United States Code to eliminate the leasing authority of the Securities and Exchange Commission and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 388.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
H.R. 388 revokes the Securities and Exchange Commission, or the SEC's leasing authority for general office space and brings them in line with current leasing practices through the General Services Administration, or the GSA. In 2012, the SEC violated federal law by signing a lease for 1.4 million square feet that cost taxpayers over $566 million. This resulted in an investigation by the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee and the SEC's Inspector General. The conclusions of these investigations indicated that not only did the SEC exceed its authority with this lease, but also that the SEC had a history of mismanaging its leasing authority. Recent actions by the SEC during GSA's procurement of lease space for the SEC seem to indicate that the agency may be turning back to its old ways. This bill ensures that the SEC, like other federal agencies, continues to use the GSA for its space needs and provides more safeguards for the taxpayers' money. I'd urge support of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as...
Reserves, I'm sorry. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 388, the Securities and Exchange Commission Real Estate Leasing Authority Revocation Act. This legislation, introduced by Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton of the District of Columbia, revokes the independent real estate leasing authority of the SEC and directs the Government Accountability Office to update its 2016 report on federal entities with independent real estate leasing authority. So while some federal agencies have this independent real estate leasing authority and have used it responsibly, the SEC has a history of egregious real estate practices. Congress granted this independent leasing authority to the SEC in 1990, which means the SEC does not need to use the General Services Administration for its real estate needs, like other government agencies do. But in 2010, anticipating the agency would expand in response to the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, the SEC leased 900,000 square feet of space in the Constitution Center building in Washington, D.C. Then, a year later, the SEC's Office of Inspector General issued a report which found the SEC Office of Administrative Services conducted a flawed analysis to justify the need for this leased space and potentially committed Anti-Deficiency Act violations. The SEC's Office of Inspector General found the OAS grossly overestimated the amount of space needed at SEC headquarters for the SEC's projected expansion and prepared a faulty justification and approval to support eliminating competition. Thankfully, Congresswoman Norton introduced identical legislation to repeal this authority during the 117th Congress, and that bill, H.R. 1468, passed both the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure and the House of Representatives with bipartisan support. Unfortunately, H.R. 1468 was not considered by the Senate. So today we are trying one more time to approve this common sense legislation, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe I have any speakers, so with that, I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from the District of Columbia, Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank Chair Graves and Ranking Member Larson for bringing this important bill to the floor. This bill would revoke the independent real estate leasing authority of the Securities and Exchange Commission to direct the Government Accounting Office to update its 2016 report on independent real estate leasing authority in the federal government. The House passed this bill last Congress. While a number of federal agencies have independent real estate leasing authority, the SEC has a history of egregious real estate practices. In 2005, the SEC disclosed that it had unbudgeted costs of approximately $48 million for the construction of its headquarters near Union Station. In 2007, after moving into headquarters, the SEC shuffled its employees to different office space at a cost of over $3 million, without any cost-benefit analysis or justifiable explanation. In 2010, the SEC conducted a deeply flawed analysis to justify the need to lease 900,000 square feet and to commit over $500 million over 10 years, overestimating its space needs by over 300%. In addition, the SEC failed to provide complete and accurate information and prepared a faulty and backdated justification and approval after it had already signed the lease. In August 2016, the General Services Administration and the SEC entered into an occupancy agreement to authorize GSA to secure a new 15-year lease. In December 2016, GSA, with the approval of SEC, submitted a prospectus to Congress for approximately 1.3 million square feet, which Congress approved in 2018.
I yield additional 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding me more time. By July 2019, GSA had received final bids, resolved all protests, and even selected a final bidder. A month later, the SEC canceled the occupancy agreement, citing concerns about the value of the purchase option, which SEC refused to document to Congress. The SEC effectively vetoed the entire 3-year procurement process, despite not having the authority or funding to exercise the purchase option without GSA's involvement. Finally, after much back and forth between the two agencies, GSA entered into a lease agreement for a new SEC headquarters in September 2021. The SEC says it will continue to have GSA to do its leasing in the future, but the SEC's history of egregious leasing conduct, having squandered hundreds of millions of dollars, makes this bill necessary. These public blunders also risk undermining the reputation of GSA and the federal government among developers and building owners who participate in federal lease procurements. The threat of uncertainty ultimately drives up the costs of all GSA real estate procurements. It's time for Congress to return the SEC's leasing authority to GSA, the federal government's civilian real estate arm. As the SEC has demonstrated over 3 decades, it is incredibly inefficient, wasteful, and redundant to have the SEC involved in real estate procurements when GSA exists for that very reason. Like other federal agencies, the SEC would continue to have input with the GSA and involvement in the real estate decision-making process, but GSA would have the ultimate authority. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I don't have any speakers, so I'd reserve the balance. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is time for Congress to return the SEC's leasing authority to the GSA, the federal government's civilian real estate arm. This legislation would do just that, so I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 388 ensures that the SEC is going to work with the GSA on leasing to improve oversight. It's going to reduce costs, protect the taxpayers against wasteful spending, and minimize Anti-Deficiency Act violations in the future. I would urge support of this legislation. With that, I would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 388? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 346, the NOTAM Improvement Act of 2023, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 346, a bill to establish a task force on improvements for notices to air missions and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on H.R. 346 as amended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 346 as amended, the NOTAM Improvement Act of 2023. Just 2 weeks ago, Americans woke to the largest ground stop of aircraft since 9/11 due to the outage of the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA's Notice to Airmen, or Notice to Air Missions, more commonly called the NOTAM system. As a professional pilot, I use the NOTAM system on a regular basis and know firsthand just how important it is to ensure its reliability and how functional it is. This incident highlights a huge vulnerability in our transportation system. And as much as I wish we could say that this incident surprised us, this kind of issue is inevitable. Committee leaders have repeatedly raised the alarm about our woefully out-of-date NOTAM system. The same bill has been introduced and passed 2 Congresses in a row, and multiple laws coming out of the Transportation Committee have demanded that the Department of Transportation and the FAA step up and address the well-known issues with the NOTAM system. What occurred nearly 2 weeks ago is unacceptable, and the American people, they deserve much better. Hopefully this incident was the wake-up call that the DOT and the FAA needed to shake off their ongoing failure to properly maintain our nation's air traffic control system. H.R. 346, as amended, is going to help address this failure by identifying issues with the NOTAM system and proposing solutions to prevent an incident of this magnitude from ever occurring in the future. This bill creates a special task force to improve the utility, the stability, the resiliency, and cybersecurity of the FAA's NOTAM system. Composed of representatives from the airlines, aviation safety experts, and our important aviation stakeholders, the task force is going to review existing NOTAM policies and regulations and the system's overall integrity to determine the best practices to increase the system's efficiency and decrease its susceptibility to outages and which cause other disruptions. Originally, this bill was focused on improving the NOTAM presentation so that pilots and dispatchers could focus on critical information that matters. In 2017, an Air Canada flight nearly landed on a crowded taxiway in San Francisco because the NOTAM informed them of a runway closure, and it was buried on page 8 of 27 pages. We urgently need a better system and a more stable system. And I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Stauber from Minnesota and Representative DeSalegnier from California, for their leadership and their foresight on this particular piece of legislation. H.R. 346 is good, it's bipartisan, and it's timely in aviation safety. This bill shows that the People's House can rise to the urgent issues of the day. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would support the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 346, the NOTAM Improvement Act of 2023, as amended. This bill was introduced by the representative from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber, and the representative from California, Mr. DeSalegnier. So on the morning of January 11th, the U.S. airspace came to a standstill when the FAA grounded all airline domestic departures for the first time since September 11th, 2001, due to an agency contractor mistakenly causing an outage of the FAA's NOTAM system. NOTAMs are a critical part of our aviation infrastructure as they provide essential real-time flight safety information, such as potential hazards to pilots, flight dispatchers, and other airspace users. So although the FAA worked to quickly solve the problem and lift the subsequent domestic flight ground stop, the cascading effects of mass delays and cancellations were seen for hours. And I fully support the FAA's actions to ensure the NOTAM outage would not affect the safety of the national airspace system. However, our constituents deserve better. They deserve to have both a safe and reliable national airspace system. The FAA has moved to put several operational and systematic mitigations in place to try and prevent future NOTAM outages from occurring. However, the recent NOTAM system outage shows a clear need to re-examine and modernize the safety-critical systems and legacy infrastructure that flight crews and airline passengers depend upon. To help strengthen the integrity of the system, this bipartisan bill directs the FAA to create a task force on NOTAM improvement to review existing methods for the content and presentation of NOTAMs to pilots, determine best practices to prioritize and disseminate critical flight information to pilots in a way that optimizes review and retention, and develop recommendations to ensure stability, resiliency, and the cybersecurity of the NOTAM system. This task force will be comprised of key aviation stakeholders, including airline pilots, air traffic controllers, air carriers, and aviation safety and computer system experts, among others. And this bill is an important step in a series of efforts Congress and the FAA will undergo to modernize the NOTAM system. And later this week, the chair and I and other members of this body will be briefed by the FAA acting administrator on the status of their preliminary investigation into the NOTAM outage, how the FAA is responding to the incident, and issues that Congress should be considering to further strengthen the NOTAM system. Now, fortunately, we're due for an FAA reauthorization bill this year, giving us an opportunity to build upon the 2018 law and further implement any necessary improvements to safeguard the NAS from similar system outages. The task force created under this bill will play an important role in the FAA's ongoing NOTAM modernization initiative to ensure pilots, flight crews, and other airspace users receive NOTAMs that are timely, relevant, and accurate. There can be no compromises when it comes to safety in the national airspace. As demand for air travel begins to meet and even exceed pre-pandemic levels, this bill will help the FAA and the U.S. aviation industry implement the best practices to improve the safety of the traveling public and the U.S. aviation workforce. So I support this legislation and urge my colleagues to do the same, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd yield such time as he may consume the bill's sponsor, the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise in support of my bipartisan legislation that improves the safety of air travel. I would also like to thank my colleague, Mr. DeSagne, for his support and leadership on this legislation as well. In 2022, the United States was home to 8 of the top 10 busiest airports in the world. This means that as Americans, we have no room for error when it comes to aviation safety. Although aviation is the safest form of travel, we must always strive to be better. This is why we must address the Notice to Air Missions or NOTAM systems. NOTAMs provide current, up-to-the-minute data to pilots on any aspect of their flight. Unfortunately, NOTAMs are often buried in lengthy reports, conflating important safety information with more common alerts. These inefficiencies have the potential to create life-threatening situations, which have just been mentioned. Then on January 11th, 2023, this year, all U.S. domestic flights were grounded for the first time since 9/11. The latest reports from the FAA suggest that the unintentional deletion of files caused this chaos. No one person or one file should be able to take down our whole flight safety system. But the NOTAM system is old and antiquated, so it comes as no real surprise. Unfortunately, leadership at the Department of Transportation is more concerned with woke politics and changing the name of the system rather than appropriate upgrades for aviation safety. Mr. Speaker, I've been advocating for the NOTAM upgrades for 4 years now. My legislation, which creates a task force at the FAA with important input from safety experts and industry professionals to address both efficiency and resiliency of the NOTAM system. And that passed out of the House both in the 116th Congress and in the 117th Congress in a bipartisan fashion, only to die in the Senate. I encourage my colleagues in both the House and the Senate to pass my legislation before another failure of the NOTAM system occurs. Our pilots, crew members, and passengers are counting on us. And Mr. Chair, we do have a change in the 118th Congress. The Transportation and Safety Committee is being led by two of my friends. Chairman Sam Graves is ready, able, and willing to change how the committee works and actually put legislation that is good for the American people and good for our transportation. And I had full faith in my good friend, Ranking Member Mr. Larson, to do the same. We worked together in the past, and I see this committee succeeding with the leadership that I have previously seen by the chair and the ranking member. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Desalegn.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. I also want to thank my partner in this and Chairman Graves for his positive comments. And as he mentioned, in 2017, an Air Canada plane at San Francisco International Airport got within 59 feet of crashing into 4 planes loaded with passengers, putting the lives of more than 1,000 people at risk, which would have been the greatest aviation disaster in American history. When the National Transportation Safety Board investigated, they found that the outdated NOTAM system was the largest part of the near disaster. Since then, I and others have been working with the aviation industry, the FAA, the NTSB, and the Transportation Infrastructure Committee to address the critical issues with NOTAMs. Updating them and making them more accessible to the people who use them is essential to the safety of the flying public and the confidence of the users. Early this month, we learned what happens when there is outage in the system, chaos and grounded flights. In response to the Air Canada incident, I authored the Safe Landings Act, which would work to improve many aspects of aviation safety technology, including this system. And with members of both parties and the ranking member, we have worked over the years, and the chair, to continue to hold the FAA accountable for the safety of passengers, crew, and aircraft. In 2018, we included a requirement that the FAA, in the FAA reauthorization, to speed up the modernization of the NOTAM system. Last year, more than 4 years after the provision passed into law, I led a letter with Ranking Member Larson to the FAA asking why the system still was outdated. The mass flight cancellations that resulted from the outage further emphasized the need to make rigorous and immediate updates to this system and brought public awareness to this critical system. I'm proud to have worked with my colleague and friend from Minnesota on this bill in a bipartisan manner and look forward to protecting the safety of the flying public. With the creation of this task force, this will be accomplished. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I don't have any more speakers, Mr. Speaker, so I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 346, the NOTAM Improvement Act of 2023. The FAA's Notice to Air System, NOTAM, which sends real-time alerts to pilots about safety conditions, experienced an outage with consequences so far-reaching that it led to nearly more than 10,000 flight delays and more than 1,300 flight cancellations. Even though the cause of the outage bore no connection to a cyber attack, the breakdown in NOTAM alerts nonetheless raises concerns about the cyber vulnerabilities of the antiquated systems that underlie modern air travel. At a time when cyber attacks are rising in both scope and sophistication, Modernizing the cybersecurity of air travel must be a priority for the federal government. 20th century air systems will no longer suffice in a world of 21st century cyber challenges. That is why I've written a letter calling on both CISA and DOT to conduct a joint review of the cyber vulnerabilities of all aviation systems, including NOTAM, and that is why I will proudly vote for bipartisan legislation requiring the FAA to establish a task force on NOTAM improvement. With that said, I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as a ranking member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, I believe we have to do everything that we can to ensure the U.S. remains the gold standard in aviation safety, and that's why I support H.R. 346 as amended and urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In closing, H.R. 346, as amended, it takes a very important step in ensuring that America's national airspace is going to remain intact, remain operational, and remain safe for the American people. And I again want to thank Mr. Stauber and Mr. DeSaulnier for their work on this legislation. It's a good bill, and I'd urge all members to support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Missouri yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 346 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 399.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 399, a bill to clarify the primary functions and duties of the Office of the Advocacy of the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velazquez, will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 399, better known as the Small Business Advocacy Improvement Act. The SBA Office of Advocacy is charged with looking out for the interest of small business across the entirety of the federal government. In many cases, this means calling out the negative impacts of regulations that are hurting small business or looking for inefficient rules that are preventing small businesses from competing for government contracts. This legislation expands the SBA Office of Advocacy mission to include advocating for small businesses on international trade issues. As our economy has become more and more intertwined with the rest of the world, overseas markets have become more accessible for small businesses. However, when various regulations come out setting the rules of the road for trade agreements, small business voices can easily be drowned out. This bill solves this problem and ensures that Main Street America has someone fighting for their interest in international trade regulations, and they are being created. I want to thank my friend from Missouri for introducing this bill again in the 118th Congress and for always being a fierce advocate for our nation's job creators. And additionally, I hope that as this Congress progresses, we can continue to look for bipartisan ways to make the SBA Office of Advocacy more effective in helping our small businesses across the country. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 399, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2023. Let me begin by welcoming the new chairman of the Small Business Committee, Mr. Williams. The committee has a long tradition of setting partisan differences aside and working together on behalf of America's small businesses, and I'm glad we are off to a good start in the 118th Congress. Today, we are considering 3 bills that overwhelmingly passed the House in the last Congress. As the chairwoman of the House Small Business Committee in the 117th Congress, I work closely with my colleagues on the committee and stakeholders to craft dozens of bills that will increase access to capital, expand opportunities for free and low-cost counseling, and boost entrepreneurship. The 3 bills we are considering today are a product of that hard work, and I'm hopeful that we will continue in the spirit of bipartisanship and focus on the areas of agreement throughout the 118th Congress. Turning to our first bill, the Office of Advocacy was established in 1976 to be an independent voice for small businesses within the federal government, and is tasked with representing the views of small businesses before Congress, the White House, and other federal agencies. To that end, the office has regional advocates on the ground that provide outreach to small businesses, local chambers of commerce, and other associations to hear firsthand the concerns of small businesses. The office works closely with federal agencies to elevate these concerns throughout the rulemaking process. Over the years, their hard work has saved small businesses billions of dollars in regulatory costs while still accomplishing the important goals of the regulations. However, their charter does not specifically state that they have the authority to represent the views and interests of small businesses before foreign governments and international entities. H.R. 399 will simply clarify that the Office of Advocacy has the authority to examine international economic data and represent small businesses in international discussions, particularly in trade negotiations. I want to thank Chairman Williams, Mr. Lukemeyer, Mr. Carter, Mr. Mfume for their bipartisan work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, want to just briefly say I look forward to working with the ranking member to get some really good things done. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as may consume to my dear friend, a great patriot from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of my bill, H.R. 399, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2023. America's regulatory environment plays a huge role in the way small businesses operate. They don't have access to the teams of lawyers needed to navigate the maze of government red tape that currently exists. They certainly don't have the resources to make their voices heard on the international stage. This bill, which is identical to the bill that passed the House in the 117th Congress, gives small businesses that voice. Specifically, H.R. 399 gives the Small Business Administration's Office of Advocacy the authority to represent small business interests before foreign governments and international entities. That representation is critical as the government renews and negotiates trade agreements and international commerce. Thank you to my colleague, Congressman Troy Carter from Louisiana, for working with me in a bipartisan manner to improve the SBA's Office of Advocacy. And I want to thank Chairman Williams for helping bring this legislation forward and congratulate him on his new role as Chairman of the Small Business Committee. As a proven champion for Main Street America, small businesses are in good hands with Chairman Williams at the helm. I recommend a yes vote on this bill that puts America's small businesses first, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Woman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank Representatives Lukemeyer, Carter, and Mr. Mfume for their work on this bill that will give small businesses a strong voice in the international regulatory arena. All too often, small businesses' views are drawn out by larger companies with sophisticated legal departments and armies of lobbyists. SBA's Office of Advocacy works tirelessly to ensure that small business interests are heard at all levels of government. And now that the world is more connected, more and more small businesses are participating in the global economy. Looking ahead, they will need a strong voice advocating on their behalf in international discussions and trade negotiations. And the Office of Advocacy is ready, willing, and able to assume this responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity. I rise today to support Small Business Advocacy Improvement Act. Small businesses help make up the foundation of our country's economy, with over half of Americans owning or working for small businesses. As the driving force behind our economy, it's crucial that the government uplift them at every possible point. This bill clarifies the function and duties of the Office of Advocacy of Small Business Administration to allow the Office of Advocacy to represent the views and interests of small businesses before foreign governments and international entities. This will allow the American small businesses to better be represented in international markets and in negotiations of foreign entities. Whether domestic or abroad, our small businesses deserve a seat at the table if discussions are going to affect the bottom line. My district is an international hub. We have some of the most important, highest traffic ports in the United States. Louisiana businesses connect with diverse companies and international markets across the globe every day. This bill will ensure that small business owners have someone at the table fighting for them. I will continue to do everything in my power to support the American small business so they can better compete in the international market. I would like to take this moment to thank our chair and to thank Congressmember Lukemeyer for working with me on this important bipartisan bill. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are facing unprecedented economic headwinds. From broken supply chains to rising interest rates, many of these challenges are brand new for many business owners. I hope that we will be taking up meaningful legislation to help alleviate some of these large challenges, but in the meantime, we need to ensure small businesses have as many people fighting for them in Washington as possible. H.R. 399 will allow Main Street to have one more voice looking out for their interests as trade regulations are being developed. This was the potential to open up new markets and expand their reach into the global economy. And I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I yield back the balance.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 399? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 400. Or 499. 449, I'm sorry. 449.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 449, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to increase transparency and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velazquez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 449, the Micro Loan Transparency and Improvement Act. When an entrepreneur wants to start a business, finding starting capital can be one of the hardest challenges there is, and SBA's microloan program looks to solve this issue and provide capital to people who need help getting their businesses off the ground. While this program is well intended, Congress currently doesn't have access to some key metrics that we need to evaluate the effectiveness of this program. For example, it would be very helpful to have a comprehensive review of where the loans are being distributed to see if it is being utilized in many rural areas of the country. Additionally, we are currently left in the dark about the overall risk profile of the entirety of the program. This bill would solve these problems by directing the SBA to do comprehensive analysis to evaluate the effectiveness of this program. The Microloan Transparency and Improvement Act will provide Congress with the much-needed insight to make determinations on how to better optimize this program to assist small businesses. I would like to thank my colleague from Tennessee who has advanced this bill for the last few Congresses and his dedication to improving this program. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 449, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act, which will improve SBA's data reporting with respect to the microloan program. Congress created the microloan program in 1991 to make funds available to nonprofit, community-based lenders who in turn make small dollar loans to eligible borrowers. Many of these borrowers are unable to get a traditional loan due to poor credit, no credit history, or a lack of business experience. This program reaches various demographic groups that will otherwise not be served by the private sector or even the SBA 7(a) program, especially businesses located in underserved communities. In fiscal year 2021, the program delivered more than 4,500 loans to small businesses in these communities, totaling almost $75 million. This fiscal year, the SBA estimates it will assist over 5,700 small businesses, supporting approximately 24,000 jobs. The bill we are considering today will help Congress and the public better evaluate the program and its impact on underserved communities. Despite the program's record of success, many participating intermediaries report being restricted in their lending activity as a result of numerous rules governing the program being outdated. The information received from these reports will assist Congress and the agency in developing policies to continue the strong performance of the program. I applaud the bipartisanship shown by Mr. Burchett and Mr. Kim, the sponsors of this bill. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as he may consume to a great patriot, loves our country, Mr. Burchett from Tennessee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Velazquez. I believe I got that right. I've been working on it for about 5 years, so it's a pleasure being here with y'all. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the great work you do. There's nobody, I think, better at the helm of the Small Business Committee than somebody who's actually taken a business and made it into something, and that's very American and very cool. And I want to thank you for your friendship to me and my family. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of House Resolution 449, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act of 2023. The Small Business Administration's microloan program helps America's entrepreneurs access capital to help their small businesses grow. These loans are usually around $13,000, the difference between them making it and not. That kind of money would go a long way for a lot of our mom and pop stores in the rural areas of East Tennessee, and I'm proud to represent, and in our inner cities as well. Unfortunately, the microloan program has a low participation rate, Mr. Speaker, among our rural businesses. My bill would increase transparency by requiring the Small Business Administration to report data about the program to Congress. This will help us better understand how the program is operating and what we can do to improve it. Government programs that support small businesses shouldn't be full of waste, and they shouldn't neglect businesses simply because of their zip code. My bill will increase transparency and establish accountability at the Small Business Administration to ensure it's working on behalf of small businesses everywhere. I want to thank my colleagues, especially my sponsor across the aisle, who's been my friend for a few years here, for their support on this bipartisan common sense bill, which passed the House in the 116th, 117th Congresses. And I look forward to seeing the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act pass the House again today. And I also look forward to the Senate doing their work in taking this up, Mr. Speaker. I yield the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kim.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the last Congress, Mr. Burchett and I introduced this important bill as part of a two-bill microloan major impact package. Together, these bills would increase the number of microloan lenders in our communities, increase access to capital, and ensure greater transparency around how taxpayer dollars are being spent by the SBA. And I look forward to continuing to work with the chairman and the ranking member, as well as Congressman Burchett, again, to advance these pieces of legislation. Today, I rise in support of the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act, and I look forward to working with them to advance the Microloan Improvement Act in the 118th Congress as well. I've heard from a diverse range of business owners across New Jersey's 3rd District about just how small increases in access to capital can make an enormous impact for them. These business owners aren't asking for the moon. Many of them are in communities that are underserved and may not have a credit history, extensive past business experience, or the luxury of coming from wealth. But they have a dream, they're entrepreneurial, and with a small investment, a microloan to get started, in some cases, they can launch their business, chase their dreams, create jobs, and transform communities. By passing this bill, we can help enhance microloans in rural areas and provide greater transparency to ensure we are using taxpayer dollars efficiently and effectively. This bill will help make sure the SBA's microloan program is reaching those most in need, best serving America's small business owners and giving them a fair shot at success. I want to thank Congressman Burchett for leading this effort and for the support of the Small Business Committee, and I urge all my colleagues to support small businesses across this country and vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill will greatly increase the publicly available information about the microloan program's performance and impact. If we intend to continue to support the smallest of small businesses, especially women and minority-owned businesses, we need to make sure the programs targeting them are operating at their best. That starts with improving the data and information available about where the loans are going, how affordable they are, and where the gaps in coverage are. With more data, Congress will be able to monitor the program and identify areas of improvement. I want to thank the gentleman from Tennessee and New Jersey for their hard work and collaboration bringing this bill to the floor today. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The microloan program, which delivers capital assistance to the nation's smallest businesses, is an important lending tool at the SBA. H.R. 449, the Microloan Transparency and Accountability Act, will deliver comprehensive data and information on the effectiveness of the program. And I applaud all of the members for working on this important legislation in an effort to shine more light on how well the program is working. From my state of Texas to both of the nation's coasts, accessing capital remains a top challenge facing all small businesses. We must ensure these programs and tools are operating at a high level and delivering on the goals that Congress set for them. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 449, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 449? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 400.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 400, a bill to amend the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 to increase the amount that may be invested in small business investment companies.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, and the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have the 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Small businesses are the engines of our economy. Over half of the country's payroll is made from small businesses. And when we work to find solutions to help these entities, we are strengthening the economic foundation of our country. So before we start debating these bills, I wanted to thank our leadership team for recognizing the importance of small businesses and bringing these bills to the floor quickly so we can help build up Main Street America. With that, I rise in support of H.R. 400, better known as the Investing in Main Street Act. Last Congress, the Subcommittee on Capital Access held a hearing on Small Business Investment Company Program, otherwise known as the SBIC program. During this hearing, our members heard from witnesses about how this program attracts private equity investments to small businesses to hire more people and expand their operations. This is a self-sustaining program that supports our nation's job creators without costing taxpayers any money. In order to expand on this success, H.R. 400 looks to increase the maximum allowable investments by SBICs from 5% to 15% of their excess capital to small businesses. This change would allow for greater amounts of private equity dollars to go towards small businesses. Additionally, this will align the SBIC program to other financial regulations coming out of the OCC and will help jumpstart growth of small businesses across this country. And as we look for ways to continually improve on this program, this change will have an immediate impact for our jobs and our nation's job creators. So I'd like to thank my colleagues from California and New York for once again introducing this bipartisan solution to expand successful programs that empower the private sector to invest in small businesses. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the bill before us today, H.R. 400, the Investing in Main Street Act of 2023. The SBA's Small Business Investment Company Program is a multi-billion-dollar investment program designed to bridge the gap between a small business owner's need for capital and traditional sources of financing. It achieves this purpose by partnering private and public investment in early-stage startup businesses. It also gives America's small, high-growth companies an opportunity to fund and grow their innovative ideas and create jobs. The success of this program can be seen with companies like Apple, Intel, and FedEx, which all receive early-stage financing from the SBICs. In fiscal year 2021, the combined private capital and SBA-backed funds totaled $34 billion, which was the highest in program history and helped support more than 126,000 jobs. And the number of financings to women-owned, minority-owned, and veteran-owned small businesses increased by 36%. Yet, we can do more to ensure the program continues to meet demand. The Investing in Main Street Act, introduced by my colleagues, Representatives Chu and Garbarino, will strengthen and grow the SBIC program by allowing banks and federal savings associations to invest up to 15% of their capital and surplus into SBICs. This change brings the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 in line with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency's National Bank Charter percentage requirements. It will increase the investment capital available to SBICs and allow them to invest more in small businesses. I applaud Representatives Chu and Garbarino's continued work on this issue and this bill, and I ask all my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at this time, I'd like to yield as much time to a person who loves this country, who understands Main Street America and small businesses, Mr. Garbarino from New York.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to share my support for H.R. 400, the Investing in Main Street Act of 2023, a bill which I am proud to co-lead with Congresswoman Judy Chu. I also want to thank the chairman and the ranking member for bringing this up today. We often talk about small businesses being the backbone of the U.S. economy. This is not just a talking point, but a statement of fact. Small businesses are major contributors to our nation's overall prosperity. And in my district on Long Island, small businesses are what fuels local economic growth. As we face economic uncertainty due to inflation, labor shortages, and other ongoing challenges, we look to our small businesses to be leaders in the private sector and to help revitalize our communities. For over 60 years, the SBIC program has injected capital into small businesses by allowing financial institutions or federal savings associations to invest in SBICs up to 5%. But times change, programs need updating, and now more than ever, small businesses need access to additional capital. The increase from 5% to 15% investment stipulated in this bill is a necessary reform that will help small businesses get back on their feet. I want to thank my colleague, Congresswoman Chu, for her leadership on this issue, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 400, the Investing in Main Street Act, which would make common sense changes to the small business investing laws to maximize the amount that banks may invest in SBA-certified small business investment companies, or SBICs. Even though banking rules allow financial institutions to invest up to 15% of their capital and surplus in SBICs, small business investing rules cap these same investments far lower at just 5%. The Investing in Main Street Act simply fixes this outdated inconsistency to allow banks to invest the full 15% in SBICs. Raising this cap will dramatically increase the amount of investment capital available to our country's small businesses, for whom even small investments can mean so much. Already, SBICs have helped companies like Costco, Apple, and Intel get off the ground back when they were just starting out. and SBICs fill a gap in the investment ecosystem and level the playing field for the smallest businesses, which often face the highest barriers to securing investments from traditional private investors. The nearly 300 certified SBICs in operation today have invested or committed $38 billion in small businesses nationwide, and last year alone, SBICs provided $7.9 billion in funding to over 1,200 small businesses and startups. By raising the investment cap from 5% to 15%, we could potentially triple those numbers in the years to come. The growth will be especially important as America's entrepreneurship rate continues to soar as we emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to thank Representative Garbarino for his partnership on this legislation, and Chairman Williams and Ranking Member Velasquez for their strong support. I urge a yes vote on this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd like to thank the ranking member of the Small Business Committee for astute work on issues dealing with small businesses, Manager Mr. Williams, colleague from Texas, and the sponsors of this legislation, the bipartisan sponsors of this legislation. I have always said that small businesses are the backbone of the economic engine of America. So I rise in support of H.R. 400, Investing in Main Street Act of 2023, for the wiseness of providing more investment into small businesses. As a strong supporter of small businesses, I believe that this bill will improve the livelihood of many small businesses that have continuously been impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The bill is designed to release more capital investment into small businesses in America. If you've interacted with your small business community, that is one of the #1 issues that they raise consistently. The bill would allow certain banks and savings associations to invest more into small business investment companies by increasing the statutory cap from 5% to 15%. I can't even imagine the number 5%. And the growing amount of small businesses and the ones that really stayed the course in desperate times, which was COVID-19. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, 2020 had the highest total of number of applications for new businesses by far compared to all other years. From 2019 to 2021, there are a 20% increase in the number of small businesses. And the Kauffman Foundation says that the highest amount was among blacks, Latinos, and immigrants. People know that small businesses allow them to create jobs in their own neighborhoods and to build future conglomerates. But obviously they had negative impact due to COVID. It's important for this bill to become law immediately. Pass it in the Senate and ensure that we have the opportunity to keep our small businesses from closing. When small businesses have ideas, we need to be able to give them the investment to focus on. The Biden-Harris administration has laid the foundation, has helped create the conditions of businesses and job creation. We've had increasing job creation every month, but we do know that cities like New Orleans and Honolulu have seen highest rate of small business closures, other cities right behind. The fact that we can have a small business administration that reforms and works with the Paycheck Protection Program to improve that, if we have another circumstance like that that held up some of our small businesses, this investment is going to be a lifeline. I'm delighted to rise to support this legislation because, again, as I open my remarks, small businesses are the economic engine of America, gives women and minorities and others the opportunity to build an economic engine. I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the SBIC program fills the gap between the availability of venture and private equity capital and the needs of small businesses in startup and growth situations. For decades, this program has channeled patient capital to leading-edge, high-growth companies. Without it, some of the nation's most successful corporations will not be the companies they are today. H.R. 400 raises the investment cap for banks and federal savings associations from 5% to 15%. This will lead to significant small business investment by SBICs, which will result in economic growth in our local communities and job creation. I want to applaud the work by Ms. Chu and Mr. Garbarino for their bipartisan work on this bill. I encourage all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
The SBIC program has delivered for small businesses for many years. It is time we update the program to match other federal rules and ensure the program continues to serve our communities in the future. This is a common sense step to increase the amount of investment that an SBIC can receive. So I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 400, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 400? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Seek the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Concurrent Resolution 7 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 7, concurrent resolution commending the bravery, courage, and resolve of the women and men of Iran, demonstrating in more than 133 cities and risking their safety to speak out against the Iranian regime's human rights abuses.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and the gentlewoman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material in this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr.
The
Speaker,
gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we consider an urgent bipartisan concurrent resolution condemning the Iranian regime for its gross human rights abuses against protesters in Iran, who are bravely speaking out and standing up to this terrorist regime after being brutally silenced for 2 generations. I want to thank my Democratic colleague, Mr. Gottheimer, and House Foreign Affairs Chair McCall for their support of this resolution. While I was disappointed we were not able to get this resolution to the floor last Congress, and I partnered with former Congressman Malinowski, I'm grateful that this resolution is now being brought up for a vote so quickly in our new Congress and with such broad bipartisan support. Whether it be China, Iran, or Russia, this new House Republican majority is ready and willing to stand up to our adversaries and protect America's vitally important national security interests. Since the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, while in the custody of Iran's regime police in September of last year, the Iranian people have boldly taken to the streets to demand justice. Now, almost 4.5 months later, Iranian men and women and children continue to protest the regime and its cruelty despite the immense risk to themselves and their families. They are literally risking their lives for a just cause greater than themselves. These demonstrations are the most significant popular protest against the brutal regime's authoritarian rule since it came to power in 1979. And the response from the regime has been vicious, violent, and vindictive, not surprisingly. Hundreds of protesters have been murdered by regime security forces. Thousands more have been detained on trumped-up charges, and many of those in custody, especially women, have been subject to cruel and inhumane torture. The regime has unjustly executed Iranian protesters in sham trials that lack any modicum of due process. Many dozens more face the imminent possibility of execution. But the brave Iranian people are not backing down. In fact, they are more resolved than ever. They're demanding a government that respects their rights at home, stops funding terrorism abroad, and makes peace with its neighbors. They are demanding a future built on freedom, justice, the rule of law, and a chance at prosperity. It is vital that we in the U.S. representatives, a body that is among the greatest symbols of freedom and democracy around the world, stand with one voice to affirm our support for the brave Iranian people. The resolution we are considering today does just this. It reaffirms our resounding support for the brave Iranians who continue to put their lives on the line to secure their fundamental rights and freedoms. The resolution is a call to action. It urges the Biden administration to do more. Instead of negotiating with this brutal regime at a moment of weakness and true vulnerability, the Biden administration must meet the moment and do everything in its power to stand with the Iranian people. It must sanction those responsible for these brutal killings. It must do everything it can to counter the Iranian regime's cowardly attempts to restrict internet access that prevents its citizens from sharing images and videos and communicating with the outside world. We have the power to give the Iranian people the voice they need to tell the truth about their oppression at the hands of the Ayatollah, and we must exercise it. Finally, the Biden administration must lead the effort to press our allies and partners around the world to designate the Islamic Revolutionary Guard as a terrorist organization. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps uses terror to silence Iranian citizens at home and targets innocent citizens abroad. The United States rightly designated the group a foreign terrorist organization in 2019. Now the rest of the world must join in this noble cause. The IRGC's reign of terror must come to an end. Mr. Speaker, this resolution says loudly, clearly, with a strong bipartisan voice, that the American people are on the side of the courageous Iranian people. The U.S. House of Representatives condemns in the strongest possible terms the regime's horrific violence. Finally, as we recognize the bravery of the protesters in Iran, I also want to take a moment to remember that we have American citizens being held hostage in Iran today. These innocent American citizens have endured years of false allegations, wretched conditions, and separation from their loved ones simply because they're Americans. They must all be released. No American can be left behind. I thank the 60 members who have co-sponsored this resolution and urge the entire House to support its passage. I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this resolution, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, let me first thank Representative Tenney and former Representative Malinowski for their hard work on this bill. We wanted so much to get it done in the last Congress, but it is important that it's one of the first things that we get done in the 118th Congress. Mr. Speaker, last year the world held their breath as Iranian women took to the streets protesting the devastating murder of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini, who was detained for allegedly violating the Islamic Republic's strict dress code. The world thought maybe, just maybe, the regime would be ushered by their own people into the dustbin of history. The protests quickly escalated into calls for the overflow of Iran's theocracy and posed one of the most serious challenges to the ruling clerics since the 1979 revolution that brought them to power. Although today the protests have slowed some and the regime remains firmly in place, something has changed. The Iranian people have a new understanding of their power. Despite bullets, despite arrests, and the threat of execution, they persisted. Cracks have been formed within the Iranian leadership elite. The regime is not willing to meet the people's demands, and the people are not willing to accept the status quo forever. This is going to be a long, drawn-out domestic conflict. The supreme leader is a corrupt old man who has stolen from and killed his own people for decades. The Iranian people know it. The Iranian president has not delivered on any of his promises and left the Iranian economy in tatters through mismanagement, corruption, and international pressure. And guess what? The Iranian people knows it. It will not be an instant, and it will not be easy, but change will come, and brighter days await the Iranian people. And the Iranian people, and that's also this regime knows, it's only a matter of time. This resolution commends the bravery, the courage, and the resolve of the women and men of Iran who have participated in the protests to defend their human rights, their dignity, at the risk of their own safety, to speak out against the horrific abuses committed by the Iranian regime. It asks the Biden administration to continue its important work to support the people of Iran, as well as encourages the private sector to do even more to help Iranians communicate with one another in a safe manner. Also, this resolution before us today sends a clear message to the Iranian people that we in the United States Congress and the millions of Americans that we represent stands with them in their time and struggle for freedom. We want the Iranian people to know that we see you. We know the risk you are taking and the danger that you face. Stay strong. Stay strong. As freedom will always win over tyranny. And so, Mr. Speaker, we want the Iranian people to hear our voices. We want the world to hear our voices, that the United States of America, in a bipartisan way, I know it's bicameral, and people all across this country, stands with those brave people. It reminds me of struggles of others when they had to fight for their freedom in the streets. Freedom will come in the morning because the voices of the people cannot be deterred. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks from New York. I greatly appreciate your support. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my dear friend and colleague, Ms. Tenney, for yielding in her leadership on this issue. I rise in strong support of the House Concurrent Resolution 7. Today, the United States House of Representatives stands up for human rights, for the same freedoms that we, as Americans, hold so near and dear in our own country, and against the brutal regime in Iran. The Iranian government has a long track record of vile human rights abuses. Notably, they're the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and not just against the United States, but also against countries such as our own democratic ally in the Middle East, Israel. In September, the senseless murder of 22-year-old Masha Amini at the hands of the so-called morality police for wearing her hijab improperly once again put the regime's human rights record front and center for the world to see. Now, as the Iranian people protest in the streets of more than 133 cities across the country demanding basic human rights, the regime's response has been to crack down even harder. Since the protests broke out in September, more than 450 have been killed, including 58 children. At least another 18,000 were arrested. This is reprehensible, unacceptable, and inexcusable. No government should ever treat its people this way. The United States must continue to support the Iranian people in their struggle for freedom. The Biden administration should take a strong stand and end its quest for a new Iran nuclear deal. And great American companies like Starlink should be helping much needed internet access to those protesting in the streets, which will significantly increase their communication and information sharing. That is why I am proud to stand here on the floor of the House of Representatives today in support of House Concurrent Resolution 7. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the brave women and men in Iran who are risking their lives to speak out against the Iranian regime's human rights abuses. Today marks 131 days of ongoing protests in Iran, 131 days since Mahsa Amini was laid to rest after being harassed, arrested, and ultimately killed by Iran's so-called morality police for simply wearing her hijab incorrectly. Since her murder, the people of Iran, women and men alike, have taken to the streets in more than 133 cities across the country to demand their basic rights and freedoms be respected. For nearly 19 weeks, protesters have gone out into the streets, making their voices heard and demanding to be treated with dignity. But instead of listening, the Iranian regime is brutally cracking down on its own citizens, gunning down protesters, arresting people en masse, and resorting to torture and sexual violence. Since the protests began, human rights activists in Iran have reported that nearly 20,000 people have been detained and more than 500 people have been killed, including children. What's more, the Iranian regime has already executed 4 protesters, with many more being sentenced for crimes that carry the death penalty. These brutal human rights abuses must stop immediately. The international community must stand with the Iranian people and against this violent suppression. The Iranian regime must stop supporting Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine, stop spreading terror across the region, and start listening to its own people. Today, the House is coming together to condemn unequivocally the Iranian regime's brutality and to express support for the Iranian people. Their bravery in the face of suffocating repression and increased impunity is inspiring the world and deserves our respect and strong support. They must know America stands with them. I want to end by applauding the Biden administration for working with our allies and our partners to hold the regime accountable for the human rights abuses by imposing sanctions on Iranian officials deemed responsible for the violent crackdown on peaceful protesters. I look forward to continuing our bipartisan work to advance the cause of human rights in Iran. I thank the gentleman again for yielding, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, while I'm pleased at the bipartisan support of this resolution, I think it's important to reinforce that there can be absolutely no legitimacy or lifeline for this inhumane regime. That means no sanctions relief or nuclear negotiations. Just a few months ago, the Biden administration was actively negotiating sanctions relief as part of a new nuclear deal with a regime that is detaining, torturing, and killing its own citizens. Let me be clear, Iran did not comply with the last nuclear deal. Why would they comply with a new deal? The only thing a new nuclear deal could accomplish is giving the autocratic regime more resources to attack its own people. I implore the Biden administration not to resume these foolhardy efforts. We do not negotiate with terrorists, and the Ayatollah and his regime are terrorists. They use fear, violence, and intimidation to achieve political goals. We must return to a position of firm pressure and strong resolve while enhancing our deterrence in the region. Until this regime changes its behavior, it must remain under pressure. I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves her time. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
I proudly yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Speaker,
I rise today as a proud co-sponsor of H-Con Res 7, a bipartisan resolution supporting the brave women and men peacefully protesting for their rights and freedom in Iran. Fundamental human rights are under attack in Iran. It has been nearly 4 months since the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini in the custody of Iran's so-called morality police for allegedly wearing her headscarf incorrectly. Since then, thousands of Iranians have peacefully protested the regime, calling for their basic rights and freedoms to be respected. Young women and girls have been horribly beaten for protesting a repressive authoritarian government that controls how they dress and act in public. In response to these demonstrations, Iran's security forces have reportedly used live ammunition and tear gas against the protesters and horrifically have killed more than 500 people, including at least 70 children. It's clear Iran has no problem sentencing their own people to death simply for joining demonstrations. They are willing to do almost anything to maintain their grip and control. The United States must stand unified against the oppressive Iranian regime and stand up for the Iranian people, whose basic human rights are being violated. The Iranian people deserve justice and accountability. That is why I recently led a bipartisan letter with my friend and colleague Joe Wilson, calling for the United Nations to take urgent action to hold Iran accountable for its human rights abuses. Following our bipartisan effort, I was glad that the U.S. and 43 other countries supported our call for a UN special session on Iran, and at that session, the UN Human Rights Council voted to establish an independent investigative mechanism into Iran's brutal use of force and grave human rights abuses. Today, the bipartisan resolution we are all voting on will also help shine a light on Iran's human rights abuses. It makes clear that the United States stands with the people of Iran, that we are watching closely, and that all Iranians, including young women and girls, are entitled to the same human rights and fundamental freedoms of all people around the world. I'm voting yes on this resolution today, and I encourage all my colleagues to join with me. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I continue to yield the balance of my time. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Yes, I yield myself such time as may consume.
Time is recognized.
I just wanted to point out, Mr. Speaker, that this is a bipartisan bill in which we're working together. And just last week, the Biden administration hit Iran with fresh, new sanctions. Not only did he do that individually, as he's been doing throughout the world, bringing others together so that we can speak with one voice. So, of course, the European Union was a part of it. Of course, he brought along other countries so that the world is speaking with one voice, collectively keeping us together. So as things go on, we're continually ratcheting it up so that the people of Iran can get its freedom. In fact, the only thing that was somewhat changed and was done in this bill, where it encouraged the private sector, following the recent clarification by the Biden administration of sanction exemptions on communication technology, to work with the Biden administration to ensure protesters and activists have access to tools needed to circumvent government surveillance and repression. So the only thing that was eased some so that we can make sure that we're communicating and allowing the Iranian people to communicate with others as they protest is what's in this bill. And I think in a bipartisan way, we agree with that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Sheila Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman's recognized.
I thank the ranking member and I thank Ms. Tenney for her leadership on this legislation. And I rise in the name of Iranian freedom. Freedom now for Iran and the Iranian people. This legislation is brave as it speaks clearly, in clear tone, without fear, of the courageous persons who have gone to the streets, not regarding their life or the lives of their families. I call them brave, courageous, resolved freedom fighters, fighting for their very life. This legislation is absolutely necessary, and it is, of course, bipartisan. I thank Mr. Meeks for indicating the strength of the Biden administration and the sanctions that have been offered, and the manner in which the Biden administration, Democrats and Republicans have said to Iran, no nonsense, and certainly no nuclear capacity. And anything that we have to do to ensure that that does not happen should not be tabled. But what should be tabled is the unbelievable, brutal fighting and killing that has occurred against freedom-loving people. I've been a longtime fighter with the people of Iran that are here in the United States, Iranian Americans who have taken to the streets to be able to say no more, and that we will stand with our brothers and sisters in Iran. I have seen the various attacks that have resulted in mass killings. I have seen the fight in Camp Ashraf in Iraq, where there's been a large loss of life, people who've been fighting for freedom. And I went to the camp to see the devastation, and I've supported plans for democracy in Iran. I understand that they need us to stand by them. What a horrible and brutal scene that we've seen. Children falling dead, mothers, brothers, fathers, uncles. And what about Masha Amini, just 22, wanting her life to be before her, seeking democracy and freedom, a young, bright woman with courage that was taken away viciously in an ugly attempt to show how domineering this regime is, in the course of taking her away to have her life snuffed out. We don't know her last hours, last days, last minutes, last seconds. We don't know how brutal it might have been, how she might have cried out for someone to be able to be empathetic and sympathetic, someone to understand that her life deserved an opportunity to live. And yet, this brutal regime continues to be without concern for anything that it does. And so I want to say to all of the Iranian women, men, children, protesters who are leading the fight, I say loud and clearly that we are standing with you. I support this legislation entirely, and I want to continue the U.S.-Iran friendship with those people who are fighting for freedom. Let me conclude my remarks by saying I look forward to establishing
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Women's struggle against dictators. Thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Let me continue to say that I want this relationship between the U.S. and Iran to continue with the Iranian people who are fighting for democracy. And I believe it is important that this legislation pass to show that America is a champion for global democracy. I'd like to also indicate I look forward to organizing the Iranian Women's Struggle Against Dictators Congressional Caucus, and I hope there will be many who will join us. Let us keep our voices alive, and I rise again to support H.R. 7. I thank the gentleman from New York for his leadership, and I thank the sponsors of this legislation. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentlelady from Texas for her strong compassion for these horrific situation in Iran and for the women of Iran, and I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Representative Torres.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the resolution. Iran is the leading aggressor in the Middle East, the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world, and a longstanding oppressor of its own people. The Iranian regime, which has repressed far too many for far too long, has been shaken to the core by a revolution led by powerful women. The women in Iran who are risking their lives in confronting a monstrous and murderous regime are among the most courageous freedom fighters in the world. The United States must stand unequivocally with our Iranian sisters in their fearless fight for freedom. On September 13, 2021, Masha Amini was brutally beaten to death by Iran's Orwellian morality police merely for not wearing a head covering. Out of the tragedy of Masha's murder came a spontaneous groundswell of thousands of Iranian women rising up for their freedom, some removing their head coverings and cutting their hair as a poignant form of protest. The revolution there reminds us that the future of Iran does not belong to a regime whose malevolence and obsolescence have become too glaring to ignore. Iran's future belongs to its people, led by its fearless, formidable female freedom fighters. The vision of a free and democratic Iran is an unrealized dream whose time has come, whose realization is long overdue. I yield back.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentlelady from New York is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New York for his compassionate remarks in support of this resolution. I continue to reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H-Con Res 7 commends the brave people, the brave Iranian freedom fighters for their fight against the brutal Iranian regime and demonstrates that the United States commitment is with them, standing with the men and women of Iran. In the face of so many human rights abuses, the Iranian people have remained strong. Though change, and I say this to our Iranian friends, though change won't happen overnight, continue to stand strong, because the time of this regime will soon be up. The international community recognizes, and that's us pulling together, all the people of the United States and the international community around the world recognizes the bravery and the strength of the Iranian people in the fight for their human rights, for their freedom from tyranny, and for a better tomorrow. You know, we've got to keep our voices. Dr. King once said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And we've got to stand together, and that's what this resolution does. It puts the regime on notice that its people are on the march, because freedom cannot be denied. So, Mr. Speaker, it is my hope, and I'm sure that there will be a resounding voice by this United States Congress by passing this bill to say to the Iranian people who put everything on the line, we hear you, we see you, we stand with you until you get your freedom. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time. I want to thank Speaker McCarthy, Majority Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and the new chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall, for prioritizing this important resolution to the floor. The fact that this resolution is brought to the floor so quickly this week because of the House majority demonstrates the importance of this issue. Although I do want to thank Mr. Meeks for his continued support and help in ushering through unanimous support for this resolution in last Congress, and we're finally here getting it through. But I really am grateful to you for your leadership and for always being so supportive. And again, I want to thank Mr. Gottheimer especially and Mr. McCall for co-leading this resolution with me, and to all the speakers and everyone who's spoken in support of this resolution, how important it is that we stand as a united voice against the Iranian regime and in support of the people of Iran. We commend your bravery. We mourn your losses, and the American people are with you as you stand up for freedom. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 7 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr.
Does the gentleman from New York?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules with respect to the following measures: H.R. 346, H.R. 400, and House Concurrent Resolution 7. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 346 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 346, a bill to establish a task force on improvements for notices to air emissions and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Do I ask about? On this vote, the yeas are 424, the nays are 4. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote of the motion of the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 400, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 400, a bill to amend the Small Business Investment Act of 1958 to increase the amount that may be invested in small business investment companies.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 411, the nays are 13, 2/3 being in affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, to suspend the rules and agree to House Concurrent Resolution 7 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Concurrent Resolution 7, concurrent resolution commending the bravery, courage, and resolve of the women and men of Iran, demonstrating in more than 133 cities and risking their safety to speak out against the Iranian regime's human rights abuses.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the concurrent resolution as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 420, the nays are 1. 421 recorded as present. 0 recorded as present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The concurrent resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek attention?
Madam Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 57, resolution electing members to certain standing committees.
I ask for unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. And without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
To have a House floor speech for the Monterey Park shooting moment of silence.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
This last Saturday night, a shooter came into my hometown of Monterey Park, California, to a dance studio and killed 11 innocent people. Today, I rise to honor the memories of the 11 lives we lost. Diana Tom, Mai Nan, Lillian Lee, Xu Zhuan Yu, Hong Jian, Moi Ung, Valentino Alvaro, Yulin Cao, Chia Yao, Wen Tao Yu, Ming Ma. I also wish for the speedy recovery for the 9 who were injured, and many of whom are still in the hospital. Lunar New Year is a time of celebration for the thriving Asian American community in my hometown. In my hometown. Saturday's senseless murders pierced the peace and joy of our celebrations and tore a hole through our hearts. This Lunar New Year was supposed to be a celebration of the Year of the Rabbit, characterized by hopefulness and peace. And so I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to keep hope alive and work together to make our country a peaceful one, free from this kind of horrific violence. Thank you for helping me honor the memories of those lost by observing a moment of silence. Thank you. Oh.
purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek attention? For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to be moved as a co-sponsor from H.R. 212, the Protecting Our Land Act.
Without objection. In the House? And would the members please move their conversations from the floor? Would everyone please move their conversations off the floor? The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
If you would please move your conversations from the floor. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate the record-breaking completion rates at the University of Georgia. In just 1 year, the university's 4-year completion rate for freshmen has increased from 72.1% to 75.1%. The university's 6-year completion rate has reached a new high of 88.1%, and the retention rate of students remaining strong at 94.3%. I would also like to commend the university's faculty hiring initiatives that have bolstered this already prestigious institution. High-demand areas of study, such as the Terry College of Business and the Franklin College of Arts and Sciences, continue to provide students with very talented professors thanks to these initiatives. The university has also continued to grow tutoring and peer learning programs to provide students with all the resources they need to succeed. I'm proud of the hard work the University of Georgia is doing to ensure student success across the board. Go Dogs. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today early to kick off Black History Month. Cassidy Davis, a 3rd grader from Evening Street Elementary School. We salute her. She is the daughter of Mackenzie and Shauna Davis. She enjoys soccer, swimming, reading, and spending time with her sister, Collins. Students had the opportunity to select past and present day leaders for their Black History Showcase. I am honored that Cassidy chose me as her modern day leader. I commend the work of America's educators who are instilling in our students the importance of Black history, which is American history, and empowering young girls like Cassidy to become the nation's next generation of leaders. So to all listening, today we salute a 9-year-old Cassidy Davis. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I proudly rise today to represent Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. 15th Congressional District encompasses 18 counties in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, nearly 1/3 of the landmass. It includes all of Armstrong, Cameron, Center, including my hometown of Howard, Clarion, Clearfield, Clinton, Elk Forest, Jefferson, McKean, Potter, Snyder, Tioga, Union, and Warren counties. It also includes parts of Indiana, Lycoming, and Venango counties. Madam Speaker, I take great pride in my service to the people of the 15th Congressional District, and I'll work hard to earn their trust, help solve their problems, and be a diligent representative. While I'm not here in Washington, I spend my days on the road in the district, traveling to meetings and events, and I work to connect with my constituents and truly be a voice for each community I serve. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak here as I gave 144 one-minute speeches in the 117th Congress, and to be a strong voice for the citizens of the 15th District. The challenges before us remain great, but it's my hope that we will tackle these challenges head on. It's the American way. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the recent attacks on African American culture in Florida. Recently, Governor Ron DeSantis blocked a new advanced placement course on African American studies. The course was inclusive of study of African American culture that included literature, the arts, politics, science, and even geography. In addition, it included discussions about the Black struggle in modern America. Governor DeSantis said that the class lacks educational value because it includes other subjects and the theory of slave reparations. Clearly, Governor DeSantis believes education should reject any content that allows students to think for themselves. And he wants Americans to think about nothing bad ever happened in American history. That does not sound like education to me. It sounds like indoctrination. And it should not be welcome anywhere in America. Wokeness on the Republican side has become a new word, a code word.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Let's eradicate that position, and I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House floor for 1 minute and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, today I rise in support of the brave Iranian protesters who are fighting against barbaric forces of immorality. During his 1967 inaugural address as governor of California, Ronald Reagan said that freedom is a fragile thing, and it is never more than one generation away from extinction. Iranian protesters have based this revolution on 3 principles: women, life, and freedom, all of which America has rightfully championed. With the considerable population of Iranian Americans in New York's 3rd Congressional District, let America serve as a democratic beacon of light for the Iranian men and women who are fighting abroad. I would like to acknowledge Representative Tenney, who introduced a House concurrent resolution commending the bravery of the men and women of Iran. I declare with every bullet and with every act of violence imposed by the Iranian government comes a call for us to condemn their actions and urge the Biden administration to take far greater actions than mere sanctions to address the countless murders and examples of senseless brutality. I yield back my time.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House and revise my comments.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize a good friend and a wonderful professional, Randy Sawyer. Randy has been a dedicated public servant in the county I represent, the San Francisco Bay Area, Contra Costa. Contra Costa is home to a heavily industrialized part of the Bay Area with refineries and chemical plants. Randy has served important roles at the Contra Costa Health Services, beginning as a specialist engineer in the Hazardous Materials Division, then becoming the Chief Environmental Health and Hazardous Materials Officer, and ultimately ending as the Deputy Director. Among Randy's efforts to promote public health, he helped to champion the county's community warning system, one of the best response teams in the state and the country, to alert county residents and businesses when they are impacted or are in danger of being impacted by an emergency. He also helped Contra Costa lead the county in refinery safety with his work on the Industrial Safety Ordinance, which I am proud to be an author of. The legacy of Randy's work will continue to protect residents in the Bay Area for years to come. Please join me in congratulating Randy on his retirement and honoring him for his 30 years of public service. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, my home state of California has suffered from a series of devastating storms on the flood side of the equation. We received at least 11 inches of rainfall. We're hit by extreme flooding as a result. Now, in California, unlike any other places, we have a simultaneous flood emergency and drought emergency, only in modern California. Many people were forced to evacuate. 20 people lost their lives. The damage was extensive, but the real disaster is that we already know how to reduce the fallout from flood events. If we built more water storage, such as Sites Reservoir, raising Shasta Dam, etc., we could store more of this rainfall that would not become floodwater, rather than also allowing it to flush out to the ocean when we would need that water in a regular drought period for agriculture, etc. Storing water from these storms also allows us to weather our periodic droughts, such as in San Luis Reservoir. If we could run the pumps hard enough, we could be filling that facility. So, again, that removes water from a flood zone and puts it into a good place where we can use the water. We get fatalities from these disasters, floods out the roads, does destructive damage to infrastructure. We need better evacuation routes for people. We need to think ahead and plan for storage and for flood infrastructure instead of letting climate change and environmental issues stop it. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to mark the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, the historic Supreme Court decision that gave women legal access to abortion. And now, 50 years later, an extreme MAGA Supreme Court has reversed Roe and taken us to a new dark place in history. And now Republicans are racing full steam ahead towards a nationwide abortion ban, creating hardship and even death for pregnant women and prison for their doctors. To that I say, my. People, not politicians, should have the freedom to control their own reproductive destinies. And on the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, I rise to say that the American people want more freedom, not less. And that means the ability of each person to make the personal decision about their health, their lives, and their future. And I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the subject of my special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to kick off our first Wednesday special order hour of the year by extending my congratulations and warm wishes to all of our colleagues, all the new members, all the members who are returning here. We have very, very important work to do in the 118th Congress. And I want to thank our House Democrat counterparts as well for working with us to ensure a smooth transition from the minority to the majority. It's an important part of our institution, and we're grateful for how this has gone so far. We should all be rooting for the success of this Congress, obviously, because when Congress succeeds, everyone in our country benefits. And so we have an important responsibility before us. We are under no illusion that the governing in such a closely divided body over these divided times is going to be any easy task. We know that. We know what the challenges are. But we are also under no illusion that Congress has been operating as it should be. We think this can be done better. And our endeavor here is to show everyone how. You know, this problem that we faced here has been around for a long time. You look at just what happened in the last Congress. We had trillions upon trillions of dollars in government spending, which sent inflation soaring. We had votes on immensely consequential, complex, 1,000-plus page bills sent to us just hours before we were called to vote upon them. We had Congress steadily outsourcing its authority over to unelected bureaucrats in the executive agencies. We had members dial into congressional hearings literally from their bedrooms and their basements. We had members voting by proxy while they were on vacation abroad. With the 118th Congress, we are here to declare that those days are over. The House is getting back to work. We're ending remote voting and remote committee work in the House. That's going to restore greater transparency and accountability in the legislative process. I actually believe that when we restore in-person work, as this was designed to be done, as the founders intended, as they drew it up, it's going to have an added benefit because I believe it'll help us rebuild comity and foster more civility in the House. I'm not going to belabor this point, but I would just say at the end of last year, Congress passed a 4,155-page bill. We spent $1.7 trillion on that Omni, and I think it was one of the worst government funding bills in the history of the Congress. Instead of individual bills to fund each federal agency one by one with a roll call vote and amendments and deliberation process, we didn't have any of that. We had all the agencies lumped together right before the end of the year deadline with dozens of unrelated policies attached to it. I mean, everything from electoral college changes to retirement changes, cosmetics regulation, health care policies, salmon fishing and horse racing regulations, all crammed in there together under the guise of a government funding bill. The process for passing this bill was almost as ugly as the substance. It was written behind closed doors, I mean literally behind closed doors by a handful of people. It was brought to the House for a vote before anybody could possibly read it, much less debate or amend it. Is there a single member of this body who thinks that's the way we should conduct the people's business? I don't think so. So this should go without saying, but we're going to fund each government agency and changes to those unregulated policies. We should do it in regular order. We should do it in the regular process. It should require a full open debate in committee and on the floor with the opportunity to make amendments. Republicans are committed to do this. We're back in charge. And that status quo that we've had here, where there's no transparency, no accountability, outright discard for regular order, those days are over. Campaign season is over. The House has elected our Speaker, and now it's time to get to work. Madam Speaker, tonight with the remaining time that we have in our hour, we've reserved the time because we want to introduce the American people to some of the bright new Republican members that have joined the body here. They're going to discuss some of the problems that are currently facing our country. They bring a fresh new perspective to this, and their voices are very, very important. And we're also going to talk a little bit about the Republican vision for how we're going to address all these crises. We're in charge, we're here ready to work, and I'm delighted to introduce a few of these key members. Let's start first, Madam Speaker, by yielding to a gentleman from East Texas, Congressman Nathaniel Moran. And I'll just say just a moment before I yield him the time that we're neighboring districts. I represent Northwest Louisiana, and then right over the Texas border is my friend there. He's replacing the great Louis Gohmert, who has finally retired from Congress. And tell you just a quick bit about Nathaniel. He is formerly a West Point student, graduated at Texas Tech University. He has a BA in Russian language and area studies, an MBA, and a law degree. He had a civil practice in the East Texas area, focused primarily on business and commercial litigation and transaction work. He served on the city council in the city of Tyler, Texas. He was mayor pro tem, and ultimately he was appointed the Smith County judge. And he served in that capacity from 2016 until he was elected to Congress in 2022. The thing about a county judge in Texas is they are effectively the boss in that area. They hold all the power. They do all kinds of stuff. They're not just a judge in a court. They're like an administrator over the whole area, and he did it so well. What I love about him most is he's a family man who's dedicated to his faith, and he's a patriot. They have 4 children, just like we do, and he represents a great family, a great area. We're delighted to have him. Madam Speaker, I yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Thank you to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, for this opportunity to speak. Madam Speaker, I rise today to introduce myself and to reintroduce the 1st District of Texas to this distinguished body, the People's House. For those of you that do not know, the 1st District of Texas is made up of 17 counties in East and Northeast Texas. The people there are faith-based, they're family-loving, they're hardworking, they're tough-minded, and they're service-oriented individuals. They use their independent spirits, their patriotic hearts, and their rugged hands to build a future centered around faith, family, and freedom. There are simply no better people in this world than those who reside in Congressional District 1 in Texas. And there are none more dedicated to seeing this world be a better place for our children and our grandchildren than my constituents. The 1st District of Texas boasts a landscape of pine trees, dogwoods, roses, azaleas, pecan and peach orchards, lakes, and beauty beyond imagination. And its economy is as diverse and strong as its people. It's not just home to some of the best oil and gas operations in the world, but it is home to innovative manufacturing, world-class health care, top-notch educational institutions, farming and ranching operations, food processing plants, steel and pipe companies, and so much more. You name it, our folks do it. And they do it with a spirit of excellence, innovation, and service toward one another. The people in East Texas know that liberty gives rise to prosperity, but prosperity should always give rise to generosity. In East Texas, the people love their God, their families, and their nation, and they are willing to sacrifice all for those things. That's why we have so many veterans in our community. East Texas is filled with individuals who, out of reverence and respect for the most important things in life, still stand for the national anthem and bow at their church altar. They know how to stand firm for their principles and to ask for forgiveness when they make mistakes. To be sure, they know that strength and humility are not mutually exclusive. Rather, they are values that support and build on one another. I am so proud and humbled to represent Texas Congressional District 1 in the United States House of Representatives. When I was just shy of 2 years old, my parents moved me and my 3 older brothers from Arizona to East Texas in southern Smith County. And they worked with other families in that area to start a Bible college. For almost a decade, I lived on that Bible college campus and spent most of my time either going to church or exploring the woods and the county roads that surrounded our little single-wide trailer. From climbing trees to shooting snakes, drinking the nectar of honeysuckles along the roadside, playing football with the neighborhood kids, or recovering from multiple broken bones, from all the adventures we had living in the country, several things became clear to me from my upbringing. Among them, I learned, first, that Almighty God has a call for each of us in this life, that we were created for a divine purpose. I learned that each of us have equal and eternal value. I learned also that the great commandment in Matthew 22 of loving God and loving others should guide our every decision and action in life. I learned simply that we are all sinners in need of a Savior. And I learned that these United States form the greatest nation that has ever existed. And our republic is great because of the breadth of the freedoms offered here, which come only from heaven above. I am proud to be the first graduate of White House High School to serve as a member of Congress, and I am deeply thankful that my calling in life has led me to this place, to this floor, where I hope to fan the flames of liberty and to create more opportunities for my children, my 4 children, and for the children of every family in East Texas and beyond. As a city council member in Tyler, I learned quickly that sound policy is so much more important than sound bites. Those 4 years on the city council solidified my desire to serve my community in whatever way possible, whether as a Sunday school teacher, a church deacon, a trombone player in the worship band, Cub Scout den leader, assistant scoutmaster for the Boy Scouts, or coach for my daughter's basketball teams, or simply just a volunteer for nonprofits across the community. I discovered that giving is so much better than receiving. I am blessed with a loving wife and 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls from high school down to kindergarten, and they are a primary motivator for me to fix what is so wrong with this country. I want my kids to grow and to know a country where freedom reigns supreme, where government is limited, and where their good decisions can lead to good consequences, but equally as important, where their bad decisions can lead to bad consequences, so they can learn from their mistakes. The road ahead for America will not be easy. As a country, we must make tough decisions to reverse our current trajectory. If we make these good decisions, we will see good consequences. But if we fail in that task, in that mission, the consequences will get more dire and the future will become more bleak. In fulfilling our mission, we should never compromise our principles, but we can be both principled conservatives and pragmatic policymakers. As a county judge in one of the most conservative counties in the state of Texas, I was proud to maintain one of the lowest tax rates in the state while still addressing critical areas of county government, like improving roads and bridges, supporting law enforcement, working to improve election integrity, and addressing longstanding facility needs. It is possible to do both, to keep the burden of taxes low while still addressing the critical needs of this country. But it takes the wisdom to see the right path forward and the courage to take it. In short, it means channeling the greatness of the character of this country, the type of bold and strong character evident in the people of Congressional District 1, in East Texas, and in so many other places in this great country. I thank my constituents for this opportunity to serve, to be strong and courageous for them and for this country, and to work with all my might to preserve, protect, and defend this Constitution and the United States of America, and I pledge to do just that and to do all that I can to make that happen. With that, I yield back.
Texas is well represented in the 1st District, certainly is. And Madam Speaker, I am delighted to introduce next, for his first special order hour speech, one of the bright lights in the new incoming class in the 118th Congress, Representative Mike Lawler from New York. And he represents the 17th Congressional District there, includes Rockland County, Putnam County, and portions of Westchester and Dutchess counties. Before serving in the U.S. House here, he represented New York's 97th District in the State Assembly. And he served on really important committees there, banks, education, housing. He's got a broad range of experience. And in the State Assembly, this is really a neat statistic. He passed more bills than any other member of his conference. And really, it's a testament to his ability to work in a bipartisan, pragmatic fashion to approach the problems that we face. And that's a skill that's going to come in handy here. He previously served also as a deputy town supervisor and as a senior advisor to a county executive. He was also the executive director of the State Republican Party in New York. That's no small task. And did a great job there. He's graduated from Manhattan College with degrees in accounting and finance. He was a valedictorian there, I'd note. But his greatest accomplishment, of course, is his wife and daughter. They live in Pearl River, and we are delighted to have Congressman Mike Lawler here. I yield to him so much time as he may consume.
Thank you to my good friend from Louisiana for the kind words and gracious introduction. I rise today to talk with respect to School Choice Week here in the United States, and to address the dire need of education reform across our country. You know, as a child, I attended public schools, and in New York, we have some truly phenomenal public schools. When I was in 2nd grade, I was among the youngest people in my class with a September birthday, and my teacher, an immigrant from Russia, said to my parents that she felt it was important for me to be left back and that I needed time to mature and grow. And my parents were open to the idea so long as she was my teacher again. And at the time, that was not the program. They would give you another teacher within the grade. And so my parents pushed until the school acquiesced and allowed her to teach me a second time. And it was the best thing that ever happened to me because it gave me the opportunity to grow, to mature, to develop. And I went from being one of the youngest in my class to the oldest in my class. And that had a profound impact on me. And as my colleague pointed out, when I graduated college, I graduated as the valedictorian of my class. And I don't say that as a bragging point, I say it as the result, the direct impact that that moment had on my life from an education standpoint. And so, as I think about education and the impact that it has on our communities and our children, I believe in school choice. I believe not only in the right of parents to choose what education is best for their child, but in the right of a child to get the education that will put them on a path to success in their careers, an education that will accentuate their skills and their talents. And whether that is a public school education or a private school education, a charter school, or a vocational school, those options must be available to every child. No child should ever be victim to a poor education because of their parents' wealth or their zip code. And too often we see that children are left in substandard schools because of politics, and it's wrong. Now, as I mentioned, I'm a product of public schools. My sister-in-law is a special education teacher in the very district that I graduated from. She's part of the teachers' union. I respect and admire our teachers across America who provide a valuable education to our children. But we must ensure, number one, that every child has access to a quality education. And number two, that parents, not bureaucrats, certainly not the teachers' union, have a say over their child's education. And so as we recognize School Choice Week, I think it's important to recognize the quality education that is provided in our public schools, yes, but in our private schools, our religious schools, our parochial and yeshivas. They provide an important education, not just with respect to the basics of math and science and English and history, but a religious foundation that plays such a pivotal role in a child's life. We must recognize the role vocational schools play. At a young age, we should be helping children identify what their skills are, what their talents are, what their interests are, so that they have a path to success. Not everyone is meant to go to college. College is a great thing. As somebody who graduated at the top of my class, I believe in a college education. But it is not necessary for everyone. And in this country, some of our most successful people don't have a college degree. They went the route of a vocational school. They own and operate their own business within the trades. They employ hundreds, if not thousands, of people. And they contribute greatly to our economy and our communities. And so for me, as we move forward, we need to continue to invest critical resources in education at a federal level, at a state level, and at a local level. But we need to protect local control of schools, and we need to protect the rights of parents when it comes to their child's education. All of this is so critical as we move forward to ensure that our children have a bright future and that they are productive and contributing members of our society. Education is the civil rights issue of our generation. It is so critical to ensure that every child receives that quality education they are entitled to. And when we look at what has happened over the last few years, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, where so many schools were shut down and children were forced to learn remotely, we saw devastating impacts, irreparable harm put upon our children. 9-year-olds lost ground in math for the first time since the 1970s. Scores in reading fell by the largest margin in more than 30 years. But the damage was not felt equally across all demographics. Schools that remained open or were closed for a shorter duration did not see the same decline in student performance. Unfortunately, high-poverty districts that went remote for a majority of the pandemic will need to spend nearly all of their federal education aid just to recover from these losses. Such disparities are not new, and the COVID-19 pandemic has shown new light on issues that have been plaguing many communities for a long time. Students in poorer communities, whether they're urban or rural, tend to have lower test scores, literacy rates, and graduation rates than their peers. And meanwhile, the presence of alternatives to underperforming schools has been able to improve student outcomes substantially, slashing the achievement gap. In the 2 decades since school choice programs were enacted in Florida, 4th grade reading performance rose 26% among African American students, 27% among Hispanic students, and 29% among students from low-income households. Similarly, math performance rose 27 points among African American students, 19 points among Hispanic students, and 21 points among low-income students. In my state of New York, charter schools have made a big difference in some of the same communities that struggle. According to 2019 test scores, 63% of charter school students in grades 3 through 8 passed the state math exam, compared to 46% for traditional public school students. Additionally, 57% of charter school students in the same grade levels were proficient in English language arts, while the percentage for traditional public school students was 47%. Any discussion on education reform must include school choice and support for it, and support for our vocational schools, our parochial schools, our traditional private schools, and charter schools. We have to have an all-of-the-above approach, and we need to empower communities, and parents, and students, as well as our educators, to ensure that every child gets the education they deserve. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
I thank my friend from New York, and school choice is such an important issue. And I love what you said. Education is the civil rights issue of our time. It's so well said. Madam Speaker, there's a theme here tonight. We brought in incoming members, the freshman class of the 118th Congress, I think from the largest states. It's not just a coincidence we chose them for that duty tonight. We've had Texas, New York, and we'll go to Florida next. Delighted to introduce a new member from there. Representative Corey Mills. Tell you just a bit about him. He's a decorated U.S. Army combat veteran, recipient of the Bronze Star. He left his home state of Florida to serve his country in uniform and then serve further our U.S. State Department and other government agencies in both Afghanistan and Iraq. In fact, he served with the 82nd Airborne Division and was a member of the Joint Special Operations Command Combined Joint Task Force 20 in Iraq. He spent significant time there, 7 years of service in Iraq, in fact. Approximately 2 years in Afghanistan. He served in the Kosovo campaign in 2000. He's traveled to the front lines of Ukraine during Russian invasion to provide information for USAID and Department of State officials. He's a busy guy. He was President Trump appointed him to the Pentagon as a Department of Defense advisor and a foreign policy expert. And with his wife, I love that in the private sector, he co-founded PASM Solution International LLC and PASM Defense LLC. We love that he's here with us because he's a husband and a father and a patriot and a combat veteran, an entrepreneur, a foreign policy expert, and a true American conservative. We're going to have a lot of work for him to do, and I'm delighted to yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Thank you so much to my colleague, Madam Speaker. Today I wanted to introduce myself not just to the great people of Florida's 7th District, but to the rest of America. While I may not be in your district and your exact representative, if you believe in our constitutionality, if you believe in the rights, liberties, and freedoms in which American exceptionalism once excelled in, then I will be your representative. You see, I came from very humble upbringings. Grew up in a small town called Auburndale, Florida, in Central Florida. My mother and father both suffered from drug and substance abuse issues, were in and out of prison nearly all of my life. My father spent nearly 30 years. My mother spent nearly 7. I bounced house to house until I was finally adopted and taken in by my grandparents. That's a very humbling experience for me. Not just because so many Americans today are suffering from these things, but to also understand that I can hear your plight. And also that I understand the significant importance of being a nuclear family member. You see, my grandparents didn't have much. My grandfather was a welder. My grandmother used to do hair on the back patio for women in the community. We lived on very little after my grandfather's disability. But the one thing that we always had was our love, our faith, and this nation. You see, I went on to go and serve in the 82nd Airborne, to be a member of the Joint Special Operations Command, to serve honorably in our armed forces, and to go on to be a Bronze Star recipient. My socioeconomic status and how I was born or into what family did not define who I am. And that's something very rare in this world. That's something that only exists here in America. I've been honored and been blessed to create tremendous businesses with my wife, where we've gone on to serve over 200 of our law enforcement departments, SRT, HRT, the FDLE, Department of Corrections, as well as for our members of the armed forces. You see, in my family, we truly believe in the ideas of defend, not defund our men and women in blue, and that matters to us. I would just like to add that as I stand here, willing to serve yet again in a new uniform, I want you to know that accountability, transparency, and accessibility to your members should be a top priority. And that also means the accountability of the wrongdoings of our federal government, whether it's the overstepping of the state and individual rights and violations of the 10th Amendment, or whether it's getting accountability for the wrongdoings of open borders, a failed Afghan withdrawal, and the America Last policies that has threatened our energy independence. You see, I know something about these failed withdrawals. When Congressman Ronnie Jackson out of Texas reached out to me, he had a mother and 3 children, Miriam, who has a 15-year-old boy, an 11-year-old little girl, and a 2-year-old little girl. They were left behind in Afghanistan after the Biden administration chose to abandon Bagram Air Base to hand over to the Chinese, that enabled over 40,000 Taliban, Haqqani, and ISIS Khorasan to be released from their detention centers. But it also shut down the commercial flights that many Americans had planned to return home. You see, this mother and 3 children only wanted to do one thing: return back home to America. But when Ronnie Jackson called the Department of Defense and the Department of State under this Biden administration, they failed to answer the call. That's why when he called me, we put together a great team that went over, and after 11 days and 3 failed attempts, the Biden administration not only threatened to shoot down an aircraft of Americans, which was a November aircraft, who was there to save other Americans, but he thwarted us in 3 other efforts. But the great thing about America is that we're not defined by the minority, which is our federal government. We are defined by the voice of the American people, which is the majority that cannot be silenced. And that is why after 11 days, multiple attempts, crossing into unpermissible environments, we were able to rescue and conduct the very first successful overland rescue of Americans out of Afghanistan and return that mother and her 3 children back who finished out their school year. Madam Speaker, the one thing I believe in is action. And while I take up this time to speak before you today, I want you to know that that is not what the American people are about, is politicians speaking, but acting. When it came to the 2020 riots. We didn't sit back and ask to defend and dismantle our law enforcement. My wife and I, we stood strong as we donated hundreds of thousands of dollars and less lethal goods to defend our law enforcement, our communities, their businesses, and their homes. If I've learned nothing in my time in the military as a combat veteran, as a business owner, as a foreign policy expert, and as an American, it is that it is time for action. I thank you for this time, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you so much, my friend, and thank you for your service to your country. We're glad you're here. Madam Speaker, we have many bright lights from Florida, and another one, as new member I'd like to introduce next, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna is here to serve her first term. She represents Florida's 13th Congressional District. She's a member of the House Freedom Caucus and the Second Amendment Caucus and is already very busy here on the ground. She's the first Mexican-American woman elected to the United States Congress to represent this big state of Florida. She was raised by a single mother in one of Southern California's low-income neighborhoods, and she tells the story often that she experienced firsthand the devastating consequences of radical big government policies in cities like the one she grew up in. It's a tough childhood, but she joined the military at a young age, and she went on to graduate from the University of West Florida with a bachelor's degree in biology. She served in the U.S. Air Force, and that's where she met her husband, Andy, and he's a Bronze Star recipient who earned a Purple Heart when enemy combatants shot at him in Afghanistan. She brings extraordinary work ethic, an inspiring life story, and her fresh perspective to our Republican conference, and we are so happy to have her join our group here in our conservative cause. And I'm delighted, Madam Speaker, to yield so much time as she may consume. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Luna.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address the politicization of what's happening at our southern border against the American people. Several years ago, before politics was even a factor or thought for me, I got involved as a counter-trafficking activist. During that time, I had the honor and privilege of working next to some very brave people that were working to expose what was happening with the whole immigration debate. But one of the more alarming things that I found is the more that I addressed this issue, the more that I got involved to really shed light on it to the American people, the more that I was called a coconut, the more that the color of my skin became a topic of discussion, the more that the left sought to, if anything, underestimate and undermine my capability to address this topic because of the fact that I'm a conservative. Yes, I'm Hispanic. Yes, I'm a veteran. Yes, I grew up and I saw things that a lot of people probably in this very body haven't had to experience. But what I'm standing here today to say is that what I've realized over that journey, what I've realized over the last couple of years, is that I thought that in politics, some people would be here to do the right things, and I've found that it's actually the exact opposite. That I found that within this body, people will lie to the American people about what's happening at our southern border, not because they want to help people, not because they actually care about these issues, but because they simply seek power. And I think that we're seeing that today. You know, only several years ago, you could see some members of the Democrat Party, some people like Barack Obama, former President Barack Obama, say, don't come here, you'll get hurt in the process. And yet the media seems to forget about that. They say now that if you're a Republican, if you embrace border security, if you want to stand up for people that are being trafficked, that you're a racist, that you're xenophobic, and they seek to label us. But it's simply not true. I've been down to the border 3 times, and I can tell you that on my last experience down there, I went down there with a member of the Border Patrol Union. His name was Art Del Cueto, and we went down to a portion of the border that was completely open. It was on an Indian reservation, and what I saw and I heard down there was alarming. It was alarming for several reasons, one mainly being that the media wasn't discussing it, but also, too, one of the most horrifying stories I heard was actually from him saying that on just regular walkie-talkies that you could purchase at Walmart, you could actually pick up radio frequency of some of the coyotes working with cartel to actually scout out women that were crossing illegally, and they'd be brought up to the top of these mountains and raped. That was their rite of passage, is what they would say, and they would joke about it. That is something that we should all be talking about. You know, we pride ourselves in this country being that we are a free country, free of slavery, yet it's happening every single day. And we have the opportunity to fix it, and we don't. Why? Because it's not because we can't fix it, we can, but it's because of partisan politics. And that has to end. In 2021 alone, 147,000 unaccompanied minors were crossed along the U.S.-Mexico border. It's been no question in my mind that these young people are absolutely exploited for entry and abuse of the asylum process that's been now actively happening over the last couple of years, especially under this administration. The Coalition Against Trafficking of Women estimated that 60% of Latin American children caught by cartels are actually exploited for child pornography or drug trafficking purposes. If we as a country cannot come together and address the simple issue of trafficking, of modern-day slavery, of the exploitation of children, of minority children at that, then are we any better than a third world country or a place like China that engages in human rights abuses every single day? I am tired of this. I'm sitting here willing to work with members across the aisle, but I don't see that olive branch because of the fact that I am a conservative Republican, and that is wrong, and that is why I'm standing here today. I hope that we as a country can come together, that this administration can accept responsibility for the absolutely inappropriate abuse of the media, saying that they want to legalize everyone. That is encouraging people to come here, and people are hurt on both sides because of it. So if there are people willing to work with me, I hope to work with you. I hope to end this awful slavery that we're seeing every single day. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield my time.
Thank you so much, my friend, and that is such an important issue, and we can't talk about it enough. Thank you for drawing the nation's attention to it tonight. Madam Speaker, our final new member that we wanted to introduce tonight comes from another big state, and that's California. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about Representative Kevin Kiley. He serves the people of California's 3rd District here in the House. He's from that district. He was born there. He attended the local high schools there, the public schools. His mom was a special education teacher. And I guess that inspired him because he began his career as a 10th grade English teacher at Manual Arts High School in inner city LA. He chaired the English department there. He led his students to significant academic gains, and he founded an award-winning speech and debate team. And after graduating law school, he helped prosecute the civil case against China's Huawei Technologies for intellectual property theft. And he defended the Constitution in California courts. We have that in common. We did a lot of that work in the courts before he came to Congress. He became a prosecutor. He represented the people of the state of California against violent felons as a deputy attorney general. He was first elected to the California State Assembly in 2016, and he did some significant work there in his tenure. He introduced significant school choice legislation. He authored groundbreaking new laws on protections for sexual assault victims and privacy and criminal justice reform and freedom of speech. In fact, in 2020, he was named the National Legislator of the Year for that work, for advancing economic freedom. I could go on about his bio, but I do just want to mention just this one little minor note. He has a bachelor's degree from Harvard, a law degree from Yale, and a master's in secondary education from Loyola Marymount. So clearly he's overqualified to serve in the U.S. Congress, but we're glad he's here. I think he brings a lot to this body. He's been an extraordinary member, and Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to yield so much time as he may consume. Representative Kevin Kiley.
Thank you for that kind introduction. It is an honor to represent California's 3rd District. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to raise an important issue regarding aid for my constituents harmed in the Calder fire, which I had the chance to discuss with President Biden yesterday. The Calder fire tore through El Dorado, Alpine, and Amador counties in August of 2021. Grizzly Flats, the community of Grizzly Flats was leveled, 800 homes were destroyed, and with 20,000 residents under mandatory evacuation orders, further devastation was only narrowly avoided. Americans may remember the surreal images of ski slopes set aflame, smoke billowing from the foothills, and ash raining down on cities across the Sacramento Valley. Entire communities in the Lake Tahoe area had their survival hanging on a razor's edge and could well have been consumed by the flames if not for the heroics of our first responders. By the time the blaze was extinguished, it ranked among the most destructive fires in California's recorded history. I had the chance to walk through the hollowed out roads of Grizzly Flats just days after the fire. And to his credit, President Biden visited as well the following month. President Biden traveled to California in September of 2021 to survey the damage. After landing at Mather Airport, President Biden joined Governor Newsom, California Office of Emergency Services Director Mark Ghilarducci, and other state and federal officials for an aerial tour of the smoldering remains of Grizzly Flats and the surrounding area. After landing, Cal OES Director Ghilarducci thanked President Biden for the relief that had been provided to victims of the recent Dixie and River fires and the relief that would soon be provided for victims of the Calder fire. At that point, President Biden interjected. He said, quote, "We're going to take care of them." There's a lot we can do, and it starts off being a federal responsibility, in my view. These are President Biden's words as he was present shortly after the fire. We're going to take care of them. There's a lot we can do, and it starts off being a federal responsibility, in my view. Yet well over a year later, President Biden has yet to fulfill that promise and provide individual assistance through FEMA to hundreds of people, hundreds of my constituents who lost everything. In fact, FEMA has twice denied individual assistance, even though this same federal aid was provided in similarly destructive wildfires, such as the 2021 River Fire. Yesterday, I spoke with President Biden. I reminded him of his visit to Grizzly Flats and of the promise that he made. The president was receptive and seemed genuinely troubled that the residents of Grizzly Flats have not received relief. He said he would get to the bottom of it, and I thank him for that. The reality is that the president has the power, with the stroke of a pen, to grant this aid to the residents of Grizzly Flats. In fact, just a few years ago, President Trump did precisely that, providing individual assistance to victims of another California fire, the Creek Fire. So I am calling on President Biden to keep his word and to give victims of the Calder Fire the relief that they deserve. Now, while we must remember the debt that is owed to the community of Grizzly Flats, we also need to reflect on how we got here. The fact is that these catastrophic wildfires that ravage California year after year are not inevitable. They are a direct result of failed policies and of neglect. And Grizzly Flats is a perfect example. The United States Forest Service actually had a fire mitigation plan that was announced in 2013 that would create a 15,000-acre fuel reduction buffer east and south of Grizzly Flats. Now, although that project began in 2014 and was scheduled to be completed by 2020 before the fire, it became mired in delays, and by the time of the fire in 2021, only 14% of the work had been done. By the way, the Forest Service exaggerated this, overstated the amount of work that had been done, claimed that it was twice that, and it took an investigation by Capitol Public Radio to reveal the truth. Wildfire experts believe that if the project had been completed on schedule, it could well have saved Grizzly Flats. A key architect of the mitigation project, former El Dorado National Forest District Director Dwayne Nelson, said that if the project had been completed, there would have been a high probability that Grizzly Flats would not have burned in the Calder Fire. He continued, it could have meant survival. So even though the damage was caused in part by federal negligence, we still have not gotten federal aid. That's what makes this such a bitter pill to swallow for my constituents, that it was neglect on the part of the federal government that led to the fire, and then after the fire, the promises of the federal government for relief have gone unfulfilled. More broadly, as we do everything we can to get assistance to the community of Grizzly Flats, we need to do everything we can to assure that other communities don't suffer the same fate. And this means reduce the risk of wildfires, actively and responsibly managing federal forests, clearing underbrush and dead trees that serve as ladder fuels, conducting controlled burns, selectively harvesting mature trees for logging to ensure healthy forest density. So those are just the beginning of the steps that we can take to make sure that this doesn't keep happening again and again. And I'm calling on all of us to work together across the aisle to take the steps to do the work that needs to be done. And in the meantime, I'm calling on the president to please, today, tomorrow, as soon as he possibly can, with the stroke of a pen, make good on his promise and give the residents of Grizzly Flats the relief they deserve. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you, my friend. California's 3rd District is well represented, as everyone can see. And, Madam Speaker, as is also obvious by the sample of new members that we presented here tonight from New York and Florida and California and Texas, this is an extraordinary class of Republican members who have joined our conference here in the Congress. We look forward to serving with them. This will be fateful days for our country, and there is much hard work ahead in 118th Congress. Madam Speaker, with that, I'll conclude our special order this evening. And I have a motion that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate. Thank you.